Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you, everyone. Hope you guys are enjoying your night, wherever you are in the world. Today's stream is a bit impromptu, but I think that it's going to be interesting, to say the least. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone in the chat. Assalamu alaikum. Salam. Salam Cornutics. Salam, everyone. Salam, brothers and sisters. So today's topic is a bit speculative, to say the least. But I feel it's important because a lot is happening in the world. So there's going to be a lot of topics discussed, insha'Allah. But I think a good place to start, really, and this will kind of segue as best as I can to flow from, I guess, kind of current events and trying to gauge with all the things that we've discussed in the channel, and see how we can understand all of this in light of the Qur'an, and hopefully perhaps avoid a lot of heartache, as well as needless suffering, with the knowledge that could become one day very useful. Salam Sully. Salam Care Bear. Salam Alex. Salam, let's find the truth. Welcome to the stream. Salam. Salam Govan. Hopefully I can get through it all. It's kind of hard to this kind of discussion to keep things focused, but that's why I have everything prepared in advance. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, we're going to start here. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully the sound is good. Just want to make sure. Let's start with the Holy Land, shall we? This is an area of the world you're going to find in the news for a while. It's been in the news for a while, pretty much its entire history, modern history. And that country is called Lebanon. We're told that this is part of the Holy Land. This is where apparently Jesus in the Bible turned water into wine. This is where Solomon in the Bible took cedar trees to make the temple. It's mentioned in the Bible. And this is where the children of Israel inherited the land of milk and honey after their captivity in Egypt, after the wars of conquest against the Canaanites. And so we're told in the official history, in the biblical history, which agrees with the official history, this is what it looked like just shy of a century and a half ago. Nothing. This is Beirut in 1800s. Okay. Now, photography has only been around since the late 1800s, they tell us. So this is on the cusp of that century, the 19th century. This is Beirut today. A sprawling metropolis, death and destruction. And it's interesting, we don't even know what Beirut means. It's supposed to be a Phoenician word. Nobody speaks Phoenician today, but our entire alphabet, most of the languages are based on it. This is Jerusalem. This is Jerusalem in the 1800s. You can see, if you can, the overgrown walls of the holy city of God's people. Apparently, they didn't care to manage anything in the time and thousands of years it's been there. It could have been very well been there for however many times, but clearly that does not reflect a continuously inhabited area. This is what everyone's fighting and spilling blood for pretty much since World War II and before that. They tell us since the times of Jesus Christ and before that, thousands of years ago apparently. This is what it's all been for. This is why the Arabs and the Israelis are at each other's throats. Something that looked like this, perhaps just shy of 100 or so years ago. Does that make sense? Here it is. The Al-Aqsa complex. This is the Dome of the Rock. Pretty much abandoned looking. No one to be seen. Here's another one. 126 years ago. Holy city of Mecca. Looks like some construction projects underway. Revamping. Perhaps they had some kind of Bedouin villages there. That's right, Cornutix. Looks like it's fresh out of a calamity. Which calamity is that, I wonder? This is the Holy Land. I could even search Medina. They're little more than outposts. Outposts in a fractured world. What happened? And why did these have to be the holy sites? They're clearly being infested with blood and gore and just every kind of religious anxiety. Keep this in mind, and they keep pushing this narrative between Christians and Muslims and Jews regarding the Holy Land. Yeah, it is the Holy Land in a sense, because there's so many holes from all the bombings in modern times that have been filled because of the holes in the historical narrative. That's why it's called the Holy Land. It has nothing to do with anybody sanctioning this place. And they've been demolishing these places for a long time. Longer than certainly your grandparents or great-grandparents. Medina has officially been demolished just in past 200 years. And notice that this place is called Al-Baqi', the garden of tree stumps. It was used as a cemetery before the advent of Islam. So this place is called Jannat al-Baqi', the garden of tree stumps. There's no garden there to be seen. This is done by the Wahhabi movement. This is Bayt al-Ahzan, the house of sorrow. You're going to be seeing a lot of Middle Eastern places named after very depressing subject matter, just by coincidence. And clearly what happened there was some kind of a major cataclysm that shaped the landscape till today. Now, eventually people moved on to the free real estate, speaking in Arabic language. And what we have now is the modern disassembling of that real estate that was built on top of the graves of a prior civilization. So you can imagine that this cemetery is also a place named in a neighboring another country in the Middle East, in Lebanon. Wadi al-Baqa'. Baqa'. Jannat al-Baqi'. Wadi al-Baqa'. What does this word mean? This word. Whoops. I lost my screen here. This word means a stain or smudge on the earth. Something that's a blot or spot. Just a random place or site, something that's spotted or blotted. That's what the root means. To stain or smudge. Something stained. Probably with blood. Then we go here. I mentioned this in the last live stream. This is probably the most dangerous place to be in at the moment. And I didn't know on the live stream, but basically they confirmed the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, during the bombing here in this, I think it was in this particular area. They say that this means the southern suburb, Adahiyat al-Janubiyya. That doesn't mean southern suburb, because Duha is the name of a holiday where goats and sheep are led to the slaughter for Muslims every year, called Eid al-Adha, the day of the slaughter. So when you look at this, this is what you get. Adhiyya, blood sacrifice, sacrificial animal, slaughtering. The feast of the sacrifice, the 10th day of Muharram, Dhul Hijjah. My apologies. Could it just be these sites were named this in the colonial period because they already had an idea what they were going to do 200 or so years later? Here's another example. This is the name of villages all over Israel, as well as Lebanon, parts of the Middle East. And think about this too. Kfar, kfar. Does that really mean village? That literally means village, right? Wouldn't it be kafir, kufar, kafirin, alladhina kafiru? This is a mockery of everybody that is proud of that land. Everything is around that land. That holy land is literally dotted with places called kfar, kfar this, kfar that. It's all over the place in Arabic and Hebrew. Here's another one. This is the city of Tyre. And strangely, in Arabic, it's not pronounced this way. It's actually pronounced sur. Sur. I wonder what sur is connected to. This is the same word it is in Hebrew, sur. Same in Phoenician, sur, sur. Why do they call it Tyre? Oh, because that's Greek. It's thought to be the legendary birthplace of Europa. And Cadmus. Cadmus is the founder of the Greek language, of the legendary mythological founder of writing in general. All of these legendary people were born there. And it's literally named after the trumpet of the hour, the trumpet of the day of resurrection. Al-Sur. Clearly, this trumpet has something to do with the recreation of humanity in its form when the souls are revived and sent forth from their graves. So you can imagine that is a pretty ominous name to name a city, particularly in the Middle East, where people have a consciousness of the Qur'an in Arabic. So imagine you're from the city and you call it all the time, not realizing what the reference and inside joke is. This is a literal reference to the end times, the hour, the day of resurrection, and everything that involves. AKA graves. So these places that are bombed are literally targeted by their name. And the people that are proud of being from these areas, you can imagine there's a huge attachment to these lands and their history that's alleged there. There's thousands and thousands of years of history, whether it's Phoenicians or Hebrews or Syrians or whatever. What does that do to the psychology of somebody who's proud to live in an area that's about death and destruction? And has basically seen war and lived war through its entire modern history. That brings me to Gaza. You know, it's interesting. Gaza, nobody can really explain what Gaza means. Well, guess what? In Hebrew, they say that they don't have a rein. That's why Hebrew is a fake language, because Arabic has more information, even though it came later, apparently. And so they call Gaza Aza. They can't even pronounce the ain in the word that they spell in Hebrew. So they say this word means strong city. That would make sense in Arabic if it was Izza, but everybody knows that it's actually Ghazza. Ghazza is a pretty bad meaning. A Ghazi is a soldier. Ghazi implies violence, suffering, bloodshed, tribulation, because it's about a war. This is the word they translate as fighting, ghuzzan, ghuzza, in the Quran. So, if you live in a place that's literally named after warfare, don't be surprised when that magic that they made comes to life. The Palestinian crisis has been probably the biggest just this, destroyer of people's faith, whoever has any knowledge of what goes on in there. And it's publicized for a reason, I would say, that, they literally bring about what they imbue in the geography, the terminology of the modern world. These are all place names in the Middle East that are on the news all the time. Even the name of Palestine itself. I've really wondered what this word actually means. And maybe we'll never know, but maybe here's an hypothesis to think about. Philistines. Who were the Philistines in the Bible? They were an ancient group of Canaanites, apparently in the Bible, that fought the Israelites. Imagine. So they were fighting the people that in the Quran, apparently God is supporting. David and Solomon. Specifically David, Dawood. Now, obviously, the Bible story has no bearing on the Quran, but they like to overlay it because if you name a country after the enemies of the prophets in the Quran, that's not going to have a good prospect at all. And the idea is that the Philistine, actually in older English, I think even today, does refer to somebody who's unsophisticated, savage, barbarian, uncivilized. And this is what they say. I mean, this is how they talk about these people when the Israeli politicians get on the TV and say these are barbarians that's sending us to the dark ages, savages, even though they're mainly children in there today. Philistia. Now notice in Hebrew it says Palestine. Paleshet. Hebrew doesn't have the word fa, and so the word pa is basically kind of a intermediary distortion of the letters ba and fa in Arabic. So it could be Philistine or Palestine. And Balaset, Balasa. What is the meaning of that word? Balasa. To despair, to give up hope, to become broken in spirit and mournful. He despaired in the mercy of God, to become silent, confused, to grieve for what one has done, to be cut off, to continue to be prevented, cut short, losing hope, silent, stupefied due to grief. This is where we get the word police. The word, Palestine is essentially an open-air prison. It's a concentration camp, rather. Mainly children in there, if anyone's left any there. And this is the word where Iblis comes in as well. Iblis, balaset. Balasa. Grieving, despairing, because Iblis is the one that despaired of Allah's mercy. That brings us to Haifa. Haifa was also bombed by Hezbollah. Now think about what's going on, okay? The world political theater has made these two terminologies in this war. Hezb Allah, the party of God. Israel, the children of Israel. You understand that the children of Israel, Bani Israel, in the Quran, and also there's Hezbollah. Clearly, it's not a coincidence the commander of Hezbollah for a long time, until yesterday, was called Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah. That means God's victory. So think about this. He was killed, so Allah's victory is killed. And everybody repeats this phrase. They don't just say that he died in Lebanon. They say that Hezbollah was killed. Hezbollah was killed. The whole organization, not understanding how that's used in the Quran. That means that Allah's party, his faction, is defeated, unsuccessful, destroyed. By who? Bani Israel, the ones who are, majority of them, corruptors in the earth. So people hate Israel. And when this city was bombed, the comments were supportive of this. And it's amazing how the psychology gets changed over time because of the tit for tat war. Not understanding, like this is a dealing with human lives, right? We're constantly reframing the focus. Our enemy, who Allah says is shaitan, and constantly putting it on some flag or some people or some culture. Basically, every war with humanity is a civil war at this point. Now, what does Haifa mean? Haifa? Oh, by the way, Abdurrahman, salam alaikum. They are manufacturing consent for the next world war. Because Israel is the human race. And they've exclusivized it to a small privileged class with small hats. And what this does is this creates self-hatred because of what Israel represents in the Quran. They want you to hate Israel, the concept, not knowing this incriminates everybody. It's like saying humans are bad. This is why they did it this way. They could have named that country Judea or Judah, but they didn't. This is what Haifa means in Arabic. Injustice, to treat unjustly, injure, harm, to restrict, impair, curtail, prejudice, damage, absolutism, tyranny, and also a seaport in northwest Israel. Violate, encroach, infringe. Clearly, the Israeli regime has done all of those things. It's probably one of the most xenophobic places on earth. However, do you not see the words have meaning? They have huge, huge relevance to the people that live in these areas, what they call these areas, what they call themselves, and how they view the world. It works off of human ignorance. Let me show you another one. Sidon. Not sure if this one was struck. Now, I'm pretty sure it was because this is actually in the south. So this is pronounced in Arabic, Saida. Again, they give the Phoenician fake history. And they say it's a fishing town, it's a fishery, which is code language for something else. What Saida literally means is hunting, game. This is in the Quran multiple times. So imagine they're hunting for the terrorists. They're hunting for Hamas. They're hunting for Hezbollah. And they're hunting for the people. And, you know, the people in the other places, they have the They're also sacrificial blood sacrifices, like in Dahi. In Sur, those people are just buried in the earth from the calamities and the atrocities to be resurrected by the Sur. So imagine, this is what you call your place. It's literally a hunting ground. There are many place names in the Middle East that literally are named for the destruction and devastation they will witness at some point in the future. So we can fulfill biblical and hadith prophecies, messianic prophecies. Yeah, assalamu alaikum, brother Imran. That's pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. What they say one thing and mean another, because we don't use the same dictionaries as them. There are many places all over the Middle East, Jerusalem, Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan, that have this thing called khirbet. Khirbet. Khirbet adasa. Khirbet this. Khirbet. That word khirbet is used in Arabic to mean destruction, literally. Kharrab. Kharraba. Imagine you come from a village that's called the destruction of this. Then your neighbor comes from a village it's called the Valley of Blood. And then another one comes from a village called the House of Despair. What is what's going on here? They literally force these people. I mean, khirbet means ruins, devastation. These are modern terms for Middle Eastern places, all over the place. This one is in Israel. It's clearly like they had this planned out for a while. And the biggest barrier is that people literally believe this is where the Qur'an happened. In the history they give us. Yep, this is where Prophet Noah is buried. This is where Prophet Yaqub is buried. This is where Prophet Ibrahim is buried. So they naturally have more attachment to that land. They'll make all kinds of festivals and celebration and parties while the bombs are dropping. They're so oblivious to what's going on around them. They have no clue. Because the pride sets in. And clearly it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. People are willing to kill each other over this land. Because it's been designated the Holy Land. God gave this land to the Jews. So, what are they doing? Why do they have to make it this way and not another way? And by they, I mean the shayateen from jinn and ins that have totally just Kabbalized the knowledge of our history and our future. Kabbalah inverts the unseen and the seen aspects of our universe. What that means is they take something from the Qur'an, okay? This is a concept from the Qur'an. And when you read these ayahs, you know that this is a particular thing from the unseen. The Qur'an is regarding news of the unseen, al-ghaib. But what does Kabbalah do? Kabbalah, and it's not restricted to Judaism. It's just Judaism openly teaches it. It's actually an Arabic word, which is referring to something that is like, It's related to something in the past before, qabli. It's related to the qibla, which is like an attraction point where you put all your focus in. It's related to qabil, which is a tribe. And regarding this word, they have turned it into a superstitious belief because Kabbalah is all about gatekeeping the unseen. Gatekeeping the unseen. They do that by making something from the unseen into our physical limited world that couldn't possibly except symbolize the unseen. So there's no partition that is just worn on the human body. There's a partition in the worlds in somewhere. But this is what they have made it. And it's a bit confronting, obviously, if we're used to a specific stream of understanding the Quran, right? But clearly the Quran uses this word for something else. And Kabbalah is just about converting that into the world we can touch and feel and sense. You know what that does? That makes rituals based upon fakery, basically. So when you think about it, okay, I mentioned in the last stream that rituals are habits and customs. That means that they're inherited. They're not actually derived by, understanding the Quran at all. It's just literally handed to you and people overlay that over the scripture. So what is it supposed to do? It's literally just a symbol, literally. That's why nobody can say hijab means this in the Quran. Impossible. But why did they name it that? Why did they name this khimar? Because the idea came from a mind or group of minds that wants to take the unseen and make it completely sterile by putting it in our world somewhere. So salat in the Quran clearly is a bit more lofty than what we have today. Everything is an indication, symbolized because of the corruption of this world, echoing the future, the hour, the day of resurrection, the day of judgment, what the Quran actually discusses literally. And people were conditioned to do this. I mean, you can go back in the last 50 years, 60 years, and this is not as common. This is a reaction, and it's a reaction that was made to fit a certain narrative. When you remove the unseen from Islam, when you remove the ghaib from the Quran, your faith is gone. Because all the stuff that you see around you that tells you this is a Muslim, this is a believer, that will be destroyed. But the unseen, that's something that the Quran already made in its eternal words from Allah. This is how you essentially destroy the faith, because Allah tells us in the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, the muttaqeen are the ones that believe by the unseen. يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ. This is the danger of Kabbalah. So this is unfounded principles meant to explain away the incompatibility of what we've shown as the religion to what it actually is claimed to be by the Creator. So this crippling of faith has been going on for a while. And like I mentioned, Palestine, Balasa, it's supposed to make you despair of Allah's mercy. It's doing it right now. Palestine has made me lost faith on Allah and humanity. The Israel-Palestine issue is making me lose my faith in God. I'm losing my iman because of what is happening in Palestine. Israel-Palestine conflict has made lost all hope in humankind. How are people still religious when Allah does nothing for Palestine? There's more results than that. Balasa, to despair. Palestine, the homeland, the Holy Land, is making people despair in Allah's mercy. Like Iblis. Imagine standing up to fight for something that actually represents Iblis's land. Palestine. So that means that you're fighting for something that is literally, they say, from the river to the sea. Which river? Which sea? Do we really think that Tigris and the Euphrates are on the map we have today? Those are the rivers? The Red Sea is there? Or is it somewhere else? And this is just a masquerade. This is just a cabalizing, a gatekeeping of what this doublespeak, like Imran said, is referencing in reality. Where is Palestine? Why is it called the Canaan and Aram, the highlands and the lowlands? I think I've shown this graphic before on Telegram. So this crippling of faith is pretty much, it's already come into fruition in a sense. Like it's like Allah has made us as humans pretty much predisposed to hellfire. Unfortunately, this is a balancing of the story that jinn and humans coexist in. Now, everybody's aware of this yin-yang idea, that there's this kind of duality in the creation. Allah made everything in pairs, and so the pairs reflect each other like a mirror. So, in a sense, one thing that's very clear from the Quran is Allah fills up hellfire, the fire, Jahannam, with al-jinnati wan-nas. Why not al-jinn wan-nas? Because that term is used for something else. Ya ma'ashar al-jinn wal-insi. An-nas, people usually understand it to be mankind. So mankind, pretty much most of them become residents of the fire, overwhelmingly. That's something very clear, and I think it's made very clear from the get-go without much understanding of Arabic or the Quran alone position, because it really puts you in check how deep this conspiracy against the Quran actually is. That means there's a few from the human world, that's us, that don't fall in this trap. A shaitan is called a fool by the jinn. The jinn see him as a utterly helpless fool saying enormities against Allah. And they would never do that. So essentially, shaitan became of the kafirin. And what really promoted that rise to infamy was his arrogance, istakbar. And also his kufr. Of course, the kafirin would produced kufr. So he became an object of worship for the majority of humans. And his progeny, his literal offspring, are his followers. They are literally the ones leading most of humanity to hell. That's why these tiny circles will change. But what I want to highlight is the exceptions to the majority are actually what drive the story. The thumbnail for this live stream is pretty much the small white dot versus the small black dot. That is really the driver for the story. Let me explain why. So, take the first and last chapters of the Quran, the first and last surahs. Al-Fatiha. Some Quranists actually believe Al-Fatiha is not part of the Quran. The larger mainstream Islamic authorities and ijma' consensus, they actually don't know if Bismillah is part of the Quran, if it's part of the Fatiha, if it's an ayah or not. I'm here to tell you, Surah Al-Fatiha is literally the most important surah that starts the Quran if you're actually a believer in the entirety of the Quran, especially if you're a human being. The reason why is because this is from the perspective Allah has made it really geared towards believers. You could describe it as a prayer, like a sort of Islamic Lord's Prayer from the perspective of the believers, and these are Allah's words. So He has allowed them to say this so many times, especially now. A lot of hypocrites, they actually say this so many times a day, dozens of times a day, probably. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. That entire recitation is for believers. Clearly, the human believers, and obviously the jinn, but for them, it's almost a given. The non-shaitanic ones, funny enough, are the only nation of believers that believe their messenger Yunus, who was a human. It's almost like Beni Israel are truly chosen upon the worlds, these peculiar middle nation humans. All the prophets pretty much seem to come from. They went to jinns, they went to other peoples, all over the worlds. And they believed, 100,000 or more. The whole hive mind of jinn believers believed. But Shaitan extricated himself from that collective, and his civilization is very me, I. So he essentially drove the story after Adam's creation. Look at the last chapter of the Quran. An-Nas. Even go further. What are the ones that people seek refuge with? They're called Al-Mu'additeen. Surah Al-Falaq and Surah An-Nas. You have Surah Al-Ikhlas. This is perhaps the encapsulating principle of the Quran. And who is that geared towards? Think about it. Who is that geared towards? Let me put it on the screen. Sometimes it's easier to see it. Let me just explain. قل هو الله أحد قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد. Who are the people that claim this? Why would Allah have to make this in this short surah? Unless they are of the people called An-Nas, that large black swath that will take Allah to be begotten or begetting a son or a child or a daughter. And so he continues, there is nothing equivalent to him. Al-Falaq, same thing. From the evil of what he created. Why evil? Because it's geared towards the vast majority that are sent to hell from the humans. The evil of darkness when it settles, evil of the blower and knots, the evil of an envier when he envies, all directed against evil. And the last surah, the Lord of mankind. Notice, he's saying Rabbin Nas, Malikin Nas, King of mankind, Ilahin Nas. Doesn't that make sense? They will first take something as a Lord. It will be a legislative authority to them, like a king, and effectively their God, their deity, their divine aspect that they serve. Believers don't have this issue. From the evil of the retreating whisper, who whispers into the breasts of mankind, from what? Al-jinnati wan-nas. These are the ones sent to hell. The jinnati, from that tiny, tiny black dot from the jinn, the shayateen. That's why it's jinnati. It's singular. These are cut off from the collective jinn. And mankind, one jinn is equivalent to mankind. Because they're totally different creation than us. However, the majority jinn, overwhelmingly, it's in the name. Jannah, jinn. There's a reason the garden is named with them. Anyway, you get the idea. Qur'an ends with the people literally just exposed. The truth is just shouting at them. Allah exposes them on the day of judgment because they're raised as criminals. And the Qur'an begins with what? Bismillah. The symmetry is quite profound. These are the flags they have chosen in this yin-yang war. And the yin-yang war clearly is not with these flags, but they've chosen them anyway. Blue versus red. White, black, but really the thing that strikes you, blue and white, red and green. Blue and white, Israel, red and green, Palestine. Who do you think fits the bill in this case? So this is a perfect case study to look at when you're discussing how the world just overlays the unseen and puts it in the manifest world that we live in, that we can observe and measure. Ultimately, what they did is pretty clever, actually. Is they completely ignored the existence of the unseen as an actual enemy. They say in a famous movie, The greatest trick the devil ever pulled is making you believe he doesn't exist. And that goes for the shayateen in general. What are the criminals described in the Quran? What color is described specifically towards criminals the one time it's mentioned? I wonder if you guys remember in the chat. If you guess blue, thank you, Vaughn. You're correct. Zarqa. This is actually where we get the word azur from. Zara. The criminals are called blue-eyed. Blue-eyed. And then in the translations, they kind of hint towards white hair. Ah, very interesting. Zirconium, yeah. Blue eyes and white hair. What kind of a creature has this idea? Occult blue eyes. Now, obviously, you have. It's almost like it's. It's almost like you have this angelic aesthetic, white hair, blue eyes, Nordic kind of northern appearance. And it's almost like they tell you, right? There is blue. Blue is associated with non-humans. We see it all the time. Let me see if I can find. We see it all the time, this blue color. A lot of the times with the tongue sticking out, which I'll get into later on. We're not alone in this realm. And clearly, they have made Israel strangely as this enemy. But they're portrayed from their side as good. So one side has the characteristics of criminals and jinns, and they're named after the humans, Israel are humans. The other side, though, has red and green, and they're named after Iblis, Balasa, despair, Palestine, okay? But red and green are literally like connected to humans. Let me see if I can find it. Yep. Red and green, the colors of the Aurora Borealis, the colors that they portray the Prophet Muhammad in, the colors that have always been associated with the Arab flags. Yusuf, Khidr, wears green. Green is regarded as the silk garments of the companions of Jannah. Reason I'm referencing this Freemason is because these people put this stuff in your face. In your face. You don't even have to try to look at it. Clearly, that painting is not accurate. It's symbolic. Red and green, colors of the north, solar eclipse, they always reference it. This is a reference of the navel of the earth. It's a torso hidden there with a tree in the middle. So when you think about it, this conflict in the end doesn't favor the humans. And they made the Arab flags red and green and black and white. This was made by the British as well. They're called the Pan-Arab colors, pretty much all of them, to resemble the four seasons. The word Arab, Araba, Arabic, Arba'a, Araba'a, that means four. And Rabi' means spring. Because every spring, the four seasons have elapsed. Green for spring, black for summer, red for autumn, white for winter. So what you're seeing here is a symbolic version of the yin-yang war. The war between the believers of mankind and the disbelievers of the shayateen from the jinns. Obviously, they have supporters on each side. Ya'juj and Ma'juj fight the believers in the Qur'an multiple times. And they are just laughing at humanity with this conflict, this brutal, disgusting, criminal genocide of brothers and sisters in humanity. This is why this criminal psychopath uses the terminology, we are sons of light, they are sons of darkness. You ever wonder why the moon is associated with Islam? Because the moon is associated with jinns. That's why the word for lunacy is jinnati. It's actually the same word, jinnati, lunacy. It has that alternative meaning in dictionaries today. They're literally dehumanizing the human race. And they're doing so on both fronts. Because they're saying that Israel is the problem and the Palestinians are the oppressed people. So what you have is basically a situation where the bloodshed never ends. Who do you think the sons of light would be? Who do you think the sons of darkness would be? Clearly, we live in a world that's defined by the sun. The sun gives life. The sun allows for our existence. It's like the thing that brings warmth and light. We're dependent on that to survive. All of the ecosystems on Earth are dependent on the sun, which Allah created for us. However, there's another face, a north face to this world, and that's called Layl. So Allah says, Al-Layl wan-Nahar, the night and the daylight, the nighttime and the daylight. These are independent of the motions of the sun and the moon because both the sun and the moon circulate in orbits within them. However, in the night time, that's where the jinn live. They're the sons of darkness because their entire world is actually totally opposite to ours. And the moon becomes actually a nur on that side. So this is all double speak. This is all trying to take the true story from the Quran of what will happen during the hour, which only pieces of it, reflections of it, have happened in the past, down to our time, where it's basically symbols of it. What do you think Netanyahu means in Hebrew? Salam Bird Song. What do you think Netanyahu means in Hebrew? Yeah. You're right. Let's find the truth. This is what it means. My last stream was all about the false god Yahweh. Yahuwah. Yahu. This would be God, but not Allah. Otherwise, his name would be Netanallah. Then they do have like names like that where it's like Elijah or whatever. But definitely, this is a god that demands blood. And I've already just watched the last live stream for more information on that. Benjamin, son of the south, God has given. Yah has given. This is literally telling you the allegiance of these people, where it lies. Yahweh, Yahweh. They say that the Christian world and the Jewish world worships Yahweh. But really in the Quran, you'll see pretty much that this is a deity of Yahud. And the Nasara are the ones that add more Elohim, gods, to that equation. But clearly this side, they take this one God, which is a false imposter. So I was watching this speech carefully, because the language that's used, and this is to the United Nations, the United Nations has its emblem with 33 sections, and it's centered around the North Pole, because that's the center of the world, the center nation. And you'll find it very interesting that these people, they could be actors. Yeah, the UN is a Masonic organization, of course. This is a front for the real government that's run by non-humans. That's right. We're basically, the aliens of the past have been loosed from their chains that were upon them on Suleiman's time. And so they've wreaked havoc to create this system of lies and slavery. And let me just show you a bit of a snippet of what's in store. He says here, we must defend ourselves against these savages, reference to the Arab nations, the Muslims basically. Hezbollah are savages, right? Now keep in mind that Hezbollah in the Quran has nothing to do with the fake front called Hezbollah, basically. You can honestly deduce that if something is referencing God in politics, like the concept of God, it's probably the opposite, like the Yahoo in Netanyahu. Murderers, our enemies, seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. A dark age of tyranny and terror. I know about the Dark Ages. It's called the Middle Ages. It's called the medieval times. And if you remember back on October 7th, when this really kicked off, They, Piers Morgan, a lot of these kind of mouthpieces referred to these H's, the three H's, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, as barbarians, savages, medieval barbarians, uncivilized. I mean, they're using terminology from medieval times in 2024. Maybe because this conflict has something to do with our past. I said we face the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago as we were about to enter the promised land. Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. So essentially what's going on is these people, the Yahud, are literally the followers of Musa in the past. It's in the Quran actually where Allah talks about the Tawrat, and the people around Musa that received the revelation, they say Hudna ilayk, Hudna. That root is the same root used for Jews in the Quran. They're not Jews what we call today, but they have terms like Alladina Hadu, Hudan, Rabbaniyun, Ahbar, the collective West. Yeah, I know, be aware, I know it's a fake timeline of history. They reference it because there is some basis to that concept. So why Musa? Yeah, Birdsong, just watch my video on Jews from the Quran, that root, Hawwada. That will help you with that. He's talking about an exodus in modern times. We face the same choice with Musa to the promised land. Are you getting the picture that there is literally a disassembly of the Middle East happening right before our eyes? It's not going to stop with Lebanon and Palestine. It's not going to stop with Israel. It's not going to stop with the Middle East in general. Because like I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, these places have been pretty much stamped with labels that they will be destroyed. And it's all to bring about a hastening of the hour in which something really crazy will happen. Let me just show you a bit more of this because it's pretty long. So remember, Moses told us, promised land, a blessing and a curse. He references October 7th. We'll talk about that as well. And then it says here about Iran. Now remember, Iran represents Persia, what they've called Persia. Okay. Persia has a huge history in the fake history. As Babylon, as just so many empires around us that threaten the existence of Israelites. So even today, they kept that illusion up. They tell you that all the Persians, they invented the Sunni religion. They invented the Shia religion. Because Persians, Firas, Pharisees, knights, warlike people. Faris means knight. Parisians. These people destroyed the first temple in the Bible. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying they have made it in history on that place in the map because they can fulfill this eschatology they have created. So that's why today you still have this rivalry between the symbols Israel, Babylon, Persia, whatever you want to call it. And Netanyahu, who worships Yahweh, the devil, he directly references Tehran, saying, "There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach." And that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and heroic sacrifice. He puts Israeli soldiers in the same category as lambs to the slaughter, because these people believe in blood sacrifice. And Tehran because you have to imagine, like, the Middle East is basically defined by its, let me see if I can go here. Now he shows two maps. One sec here. He shows two maps of a future in the Middle East. Okay. Now the first one he calls the blessing. Okay. And interestingly enough, the countries in green are the ones that are literally their allies. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Sudan, India, Jordan, UAE, Bahrain, 7 of them. That's the blessing. So he's saying we will build a land bridge of trade. That's a very strange term. A land bridge basically in the Quran is barzakh. So it's telling you that this is about world trade, connecting two seas, a barzakh between two seas. Okay, a land bridge, isthmus. Then he says there's a map of curse, the curse, puts that in black. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, and Houthi Yemen. 5. So this is a war between Yahud and Nasara politically. Clearly, it's not exactly what the Quran says, because this still has to play out where people show their true religions in the end. So it's just interesting, like, they're telling you what kind of a future you can expect the collective world to experience. And they're trying to put you on one of these two sides. Keep that in mind when they egg you on for the next world war, which I've been talking about all the time in these videos. Why are they doing this? Why this tiny country named after the race, the human race, Israel, from Beni Adam? Why are they doing this? Why are they escalating things? Because it's all about the Messiah. Escalating conflict for a messianic agenda. This was actually in April, back when it wasn't very obvious how bad this will get. But clearly the warnings were there, and they always warn you in advance because they're the ones that carry it out. There's a famous Japanese proverb: the man who tells you a fire before it happens is usually the one who set the fire. So when you look at it, what is the point of this messianic escalation? Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, revealed why ministers surrounding Netanyahu are pushing him to escalate the conflict in the Middle East. He said that the ministers around him are escalating conflict to hasten the coming of the Messiah. Think about that word, hastening. Okay? Mashiach. a perfect human descendant of King David who heralds the end of the world and saves the Jewish people. This is what it's all about. These people have a plan. And it comes from Kabbalah, because Chabad is a Kabbalah organization that has all the politicians in their pockets. And that goes for Putin and Trump and everybody, every politician in the world. And in the 90s, there's a recorded video I showed before on this channel, where this chief rabbi, they call him the Rebbe, Rabbi Schneerson, tells a younger Benjamin Netanyahu to do everything he can to hasten the coming of the Mashiach, the Messiah. If you don't think that eschatology is important, it's literally their playbook. And it's devised by them to mask the Qur'an, what it exposes about this. The Rebbe told Netanyahu he would have to fight with 119 people, but not to be concerned because God is on your side. And notice how they have this superstition of how to spell God. They pronounce it God in English, but did not offend the deity because he's a bit sensitive and emotional. They have to put a hyphen in between the G and the D. I don't know why. Clearly, they have their reasons. So, 119, yeah, of course is that. We'll talk about that at the end. Which brings me to this. And it doesn't seem like much. It seems like kind of a harmless cartoon, just the visions of a creative mind. But they want to hasten the hour. That's the goal. Where do we find this in the Quran? Surah Ash-Shura. It is Allah who has sent down the book in truth and the balance. And what will make you perceive, perhaps the hour is near, qarib. It's literally close. Those who do not believe in it are impatient for it. The actual word here is seek to hasten. يستعجل بها الذين لا يؤمنون بها. That shows you the nihilism of the people that don't believe, which is the majority of humanity. They seek to hasten it. And this is how they do it. They seek to hasten it with a distorted version, a coded version of it that they play out like a script with the help of the Bible and all of its prophecies and the help of the Hadith as well. And of course the history, because the history is a blueprint. But look what it says. And the ones who believed, مُشْفِقُونَ مِنْهَا, they are sympathetic from her, the hour. يَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهَا الْحَقِّ, they know indeed she is the truth. The hour is the truth. That's where everything literally comes in full view from the Quran. And Allah ends the ayah here. Indeed, الَّذِينَ, those who dispute concerning the hour are in extreme error. ضلال بعيد. That's actually far distant. distant error, astray. If you get anything from this video, remember this ayah. The hour defines your faith. An hour is not simply just a euphemism for the day of judgment. That's what the people who don't believe actually believe. We'll see if we can go over some verses regarding that. But let's look at maybe some perspective scenarios that, could be around the corner. You never know. The purpose of this video is to show and publicize this, because I do believe this is part of what the Quran calls warning, making people aware, reminding, notifying people in the world in this day and age what, something that's based in the Quran. This video birdsong is called I Pet Goat 2. You can look at a video I did earlier called WW3. And I discussed this video at great length. But now, more information has come up, so that's why I go back to it. Basically, it's an entirely symbolic video. And what you see on the screen is the first act. The reason for the name is because everything is made occult. Occulted. It's all occulted. Kafired. Basically covered, obscured, obfuscated. So only people in the know will truly understand what it means. So you obviously know this is a September 11th events. September 11th events is I Pet Goat 1. The I can actually mean 1, technically. Moving to 2. And obviously the pet goat is a reference to the historic event where President Bush at the time was notified, informed of this very thing. Notice the entire landscape of this video is ice, like the Arctic. Not a single spot of land or earth. It's just ice. And it's all enshrouded in a night. So when we look through this, we see a solar eclipse in the background. And obviously, I can show you a lot of things, and you should really watch that video for more information. But I'm just going to jump to the point of relevance here, for the interest of time. And that is a scene where they show you the next event. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. So it says in the child's eyes that markets plunge, war coverage. There's an attack from the sky with US advanced aircraft. And there is a attack on the mosque live, because it said war coverage before. And it's a shaky cam because obviously this is happening before your eyes. I think the whole world will probably see this like September 11th. It happens so fast. I have to actually slow it down. I think they do this on purpose because your subconscious will see it, but your conscious mind will miss it. Okay, just gonna put this here. Right. This is a mosque, clearly a mosque, with gravestones next to it. Tall towers next to that, and a little complex that basically, if you haven't watched the video, I'll tell you, reminds the viewer that's aware of Al Masjid Al Haram in Saudi Arabia. The tall towers, tallest, some of the tallest towers in the world, Saudi Arabia, Mecca. This masjid could very well be in Mecca. I'm not exactly sure, but Medina seems to be a possible case as well. They probably lumped them together to show this attack on this Sunni Islam, enraging the collective Islamic world, because this is their holy land, essentially. It could be the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. That's very possible, Abdul Rahman. But what's interesting is I'm going to show you a hadith where Medina is attacked. The Kaaba also is said to be destroyed in hadith. And remember, these are projected to the future as well. Now, let me just show you guys. You guys remember October 7th? October 7th was called Israel's 9/11. Worse for them than what the actual pet goat event was for America. Why do you think they called it that? Perhaps to signal something in the future. It's almost October at the moment, a year after to the day. And I really do hope there isn't something drastic that just catches the world by surprise. They call it an October surprise. They call it that because October surprise is for election years. In the United States politics, an October surprise is a news event that may influence the outcome of an upcoming November election, particularly one for the presidency, whether deliberately planned or spontaneously occurring. This is an election year. President Trump, the former President Trump, and the Vice President Kamala Harris. November 5th is election day in the US. So, would it be that hard to imagine something sways things in the favor? There have already been 2 assassination attempts staged against Donald Trump. October 7th is called 10/7. So, numerologically, you would imagine there would be something pretty profound about that. The reason I bring this up is because they've talked about this in history. 2 temples destroyed in the biblical mainstream secular orientalist fake history. The first one was destroyed by Persians, Babylonians. Babylon is actually said to be in Iraq. Iraq was on Netanyahu's list of cursed nations in black. Remember, the Mahdi comes with black banners. So, Iraq, Persia, those 2 countries have been inexorably tied in the official history. They're the ones that destroyed Jerusalem. That's probably why Israel is so many names referencing destruction all the time. They've already created the replacement for that destruction. And of all places they could come up with, it's apparently in Crimea. So this is a recentist alternative history being put forth way before, but currently, as a proposition for when the politics starts to shift the Holy Land. This is a Russian-based alternate history to create a shift in the balance of power to a multipolar world where this history will justify the future being prepared. Crimea is called Beka. Beka. Every person that reads the Bible, and a lot of the Quranists as well that are biblical Quranists, they already identified Beka as Jerusalem, the Valley of Beka. However, because that is very likely going to be destroyed at some point, I hope not, honestly. This is just being practical about things. Where will they develop the new Jerusalem? Where will they set that up? Well, the recentist revisionist historians already put this in Bakhchisarai in Crimea, where they say Jesus Christ and Mary from the Bible and the Quran lived. And this is the biblical and Quranic Beka. This is the Jerusalem for the Jews of the future. If there is a Judaism in the future, I don't know what will happen. So, clearly, there's been talk of this, Ukraine and the map of heavenly Jerusalem around Ukraine, New Jerusalem. That's what they've put it as. This is not, I didn't invent this idea. It's been around for some years. Clearly, Crimea is famous in history, official history, for having Quran, I shouldn't say Quran alone, but Torah alone, Jews called Qara'im, Karaites, kind of sounds like Quranites. And these Tartars of Tartaria are Jews that live in Crimea, Qara'im, Crimea. And it wouldn't surprise me that the Tartarian history that has been proposed as the alternative for the Oriental history is just the replacement for the Middle East-centered Bible and Quran tafsir. So that's controlled by Russia now since 2014. And there's another temple in the Bible. This time it's destroyed by Romans. The Romans destroyed Jerusalem, the second temple. So what do you think the second temple is nowadays? Because Netanyahu, in that speech the other day, he was talking about reconciliation between Jews and Arabs. This would be the Arab temple. That video shows fighter jets, stealth fighters bombing this mosque for this complex, for this haram. America, I'll show you, they have a Roman archetype. Just like Iran has a Persian archetype. So very likely, some way or another, you'll see that this will be some kind of a collective strike to basically bring about the fire and fury of the religious fanatics, which will actually be a lot of humanity, because of so much turmoil and despair of Allah's mercy. Let me show you why Mecca also has been thought to bring the Muslims into the fold of Russia. So this is interesting, actually. Room in the Quran is very positive. In Hadith, there's actually two rooms. One is the room that's being fought by the Mahdi. One is the room that's allied with the Muslims fighting for the Mahdi. You know this Imran Hussein guy, the literal agent of Russia? He calls Orthodox Christian Russia, which is kind of an oxymoron, honestly, at this point, room. What do you think will happen to the Muslims if the Kaaba hypothetically is ever destroyed? If Saudi Arabia is carpet bombed? If the Middle East is just trashed by this war? Could they go to Russia? Could Russia be the one that intervenes in this conflict between Hezbollah and Israel? They could. They have the power to do so. And America will let them. Because if you haven't figured out by now, Yahud and Nasara, the symbols of them even, are allies of each other. So they orchestrate this back and forth masquerade of warfare at the cost of human innocent lives. This alliance with Russia is so crucial to this plan because the Muslims have already been given a replacement Mecca. You guys know that there's a Tartarian Ottoman Mecca? And wouldn't you know, it's in Russia. The Prophet Muhammad is a Russian Khan. So no, this is not Mecca, according to the recentist history. The Tartarian reconstructionist, revisionist historians of Anatoly Fomenko and the new chronology for the new world to come. It's actually in Russia. Let me see if I can find him. Yep. So the idea is it's called Bilyarsk in Tatarstan. What a great place to put it. And they have all the evidence, what it looked like with paintings. Anybody can make a painting, honestly. But they call this the true Quranic Mecca. You can see that on the screen. The biggest city in... So they say, it was the biggest city in medieval times. Bigger than Paris. And it's in the area of Kazan, which is called Tatarstan. They have a mountain called the Holy Key, Święty Klucz, and they have a Zamzam spring, and they have a cubic temple, which is raised to the ground, but it doesn't take much to rebuild it. They've rebuilt the Kaaba in official history many times. They call this Russian town Masjid al-Haram. They have all the tourism there. There's a star comet that fell as a black stone, the Quranic black stone. And they brought it here. It's all ready. They're going to make a circumambulation around this when they reinstate the Hajj around this. They even have garlands of Christmas trees. That's garlands, qala'id, are mentioned in the Quran. They don't exist in Saudi Mecca. This is not Mecca. They just have to tell you that everything is prepared. They're basing this off the Quran. They're basing this off hadith as well, even though they say hadith was started by colonial Europeans. Bilyarsk. The political and religious capital of the medieval world by the Tartaria flamenco crowd. Okay? Imagine if Mecca was moved to Russia and Jerusalem was moved to Ukraine. You can actually draw a straight line north from Jerusalem, Al-Quds today in Israel, to Ukraine, to Crimea. It's like right in the same longitude, pretty much. Same for Medina. Medina to Mecca, draw a straight line north, it takes you up to Russia. It's not a coincidence because right now they're saying that, or at least Netanyahu is saying, we need to bring the Israeli people north, back to their home, north. Exactly, age of reconciliation. From one fake to another fake. They've done this before. That's why they have a contingency plan now. And trust me, they're very certain about this. This is a website from a French blogger that happens to have angel wings as well. I wonder what this obsession with the language of birds and angel wings and Tartaria and alternative history that has a specifically anti-West undertone. Just like the West, mainstream history is very Eurocentric, very much against like all of the people east of their lands. The Muslim Kaaba, it's everywhere. I mean, they have it all set up. And I already showed you they even have this kind of griffin creature as well for Tartaria. So I talked about this idea of a counterfeit apocalypse with Imam Mahdi, with the Mashiach David, the Mashiach Yusuf, the revisionist axis of the Russia side, the allied coalition of the Western American side. If you put all of the monotheist traditions today, what you get is basically a very compatible, contrived end-time scenario. Completely. There's a hadith where it says, the hour will not be established until two large groups fight each other, whereupon there will be a great number of casualties on both sides, and they will be following one and the same religious doctrine. Allah tells us in the Quran, the Yahud and the Nasara actually are on the same millat, millatahum. It's opposite to millat Ibrahim, Hanifan, Musliman. And they call this in hadith al-malhama al-kubra. Only reason I present non-Quranic material is to show you what your enemy says. The Freemasons, the Sunni, the Christian, the Bible, the hadith, all that stuff that's outside of the Quran clearly is gaslighting you. So you die on the wrong side of history. Controlled opposition, mainstream fakery. Jesus, Masih ad-Dajjal ben David, Imam Mahdi, the Antichrist ben Joseph. All I did is I just took what the monotheist Abrahamic traditions say about their saviors. And you can imagine who would follow these factions, especially if something as crazy as the destruction of the Holy Land, perceived Holy Land, happened in our time. And notice it says the hour will not be established. So these events of the hour are literally hastening attempts because they know they can't hasten it. Actually, it's set into motion by Allah's clock. Actually, the hour and the clock are the same word in Arabic. So this is all engineered to collapse faith, the end game of shaitan prior to the hour. You can see it's everywhere. Judaism, the messianic redeemer called Ben David will show to resurrect the dead, exactly like the Islamic Dajjal. So both sides will see each other as the enemy. That's why Russia will see itself as Rome, the good guys helping the Muslims. And America is the evil New World Order, collective West. America, though, will see Russia as the enemy because in Christianity, if we look at the Mahdi, he's basically the Antichrist to Christians. And Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Messiah, is literally the Antichrist, the Dajjal, according to his Muslims, Sunni Muslims. I did a video with this with Endgame Islam called Two Dajjals. You should definitely check it out if you haven't already. Which clearly shows that the multipolar world is designed to carry out the end time scenarios that have been already put into motion by these man-made ascribing books and messages that they ascribe to Allah. So essentially, we basically live in a reflection of Suleimanic times. Why? Since the last great reset, somewhere in our recent history, the Prophet Muhammad, the last Nabi, was tasked with this book called the Qur'an. And we have inherited this book, verbatim speech of Allah, the Creator. Since that time, our modern times have shown this kind of symbolic representation of the lineage of prophets. From Isa and Musa and Yaqub and Ishaq, and Dawood. And now, the first time in modern history, we have access to AI and devices that basically use jinns, shayateen, as technology. Chained devils, exactly like Suleiman's times. So it's kind of a strange era because compared to our most recent, generations, like this is unprecedented. And even the idea that we have this technology, it seems a bit like they just recycled some kind of version for us in this time. So it's not a surprise when one of the generals of Iran that's been killed in recent times is called Soleimani. Soleimani, the Iranian regime was saying they would retaliate for the death of this man. The commander of Hamas also was killed this year, just like the leader of Hezbollah. And clearly there's an idea in the geopolitics that there is some kind of retaliation for this staged war. And this war is necessary, actually, because it's meant to reframe the borders, the allegiances, the regimes, the governments, the people's faith, which is exactly what I show here. Engineered collapse of faith. Because people are expecting something from their books that won't happen on the way that they think. Why would people believe in the concept of a monotheistic God, like what monotheistic traditions hold? if such a war exists based on these religions that claim monotheism? Would they worship something like that after the trauma of such an outcome? And yeah, you should definitely look at that video because clearly there are many consequences that are just can logically be adduced from that. One of which could very well be basically the establishment in our times of what we would call Nasara and Yahud. The Yahud has a claim, and they say in the Quran, Uzair ibn Allah. The Nasara, they say, Al-Masih ibn Allah. It could very well be that the Nasara will have a Eastern pagan type religion centered around some kind of a Messiah. And you can see that, basically the Sunni world unknowingly is centered around Jesus Christ, the Isa in the Quran. And there's many proofs for that. One of which, they're the only people in the world, the Muslim, Hadith following Muslims, are the only people in the world that actually pronounce Isa, the correct name of Jesus in the Quran. Everyone else, including Arab Christians, pronounce it Yasua, Yeshua, Yehoshua, Joshua, Jesus, Jesus, which is a different person entirely. So, of course, the people that nail the person to a cross and worship a man as God and drink his blood and eat his body are going to be the utmost enemies of this person called Isa al-Masih. However, the Sunnis, they'll tell you very openly, yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, Jesus, he was a Muslim. Alhamdulillah. So clearly, the people that dress like him and his mother in thawbs and hijabs and beards, they're going to be pretty much following his sunnah. But obviously, it's a caricature. The Yahud are the enemies of the Arab world, of the Islamic world. The Yahud did this. This person is a Yahudi. Wouldn't it be a surprise if Musa and Isa are just kind of their Yahud and Nasara, respectively, people are brought back into something that possibly existed prior to the Quran's revelation? Like how the Quran mentions former books, people of the book, family of the book, the Torah and the Injil. So the Mahdi and the Nasara and the Mashiach ben David and the Yahud, the Mahdi in the east, the Mashiach ben David, Jesus Christ in the west. And that's why right now at the moment there is actually something happening with this resurgence of Christian identity, specifically in the American continent. Christ is King. Jesus is King. Rejoice, for Christ is King. The Messiah and the blood of Jesus. Holy Israel. This is a meme now because later it will become very obvious what's going on. As such, there is no Christian or Jewish or even the Sunni religion in the Quran at all. What you do have is Yahud and Nasara. And I'll tell you right now, you're absolutely right. Be aware. I was going to get to it later, but This Jesus is something else. It has nothing to do with Jesus, this idea of Christianity in the West, Protestant Christianity, essentially, Baptist, Methodist, Mormon. They have so many terms. They call it the Bible Belt. The Bible Belt in Texas and Arkansas and Arizona. Not quite, but Louisiana, Florida. Bible Belt. So the Bible and the second coming of Christ, Jesus Christ, is pivotal to the formation of what's coming. And imagine election year, Holy Land and war, October around the corner, November 5th. Remember the 5th of November. And in December, there's something called the final experiment. And this is essentially a flat or globe debate where both sides are contrived because it's all a scam. And so a pastor from America funded an expedition to Antarctica during the winter solstice in December, because apparently that's when you can see the sun go around you under the South Pole, if it's a globe. If it's not a globe, you wouldn't see that. So this is basically now come to this conclusion after the presidential election in the US. And trust me, the same people that say Jesus is king, Christ is king, are the same people that push a non-heliocentric model. And they're warming up to a non-heliocentric model. Sorry, Rashad Khalifa followers, Bible simps for the Bible. It could be very possible in the future you will have a anti-heliocentric crowd of Christ-conscious, New Age, astrological religion, because Christianity is entirely astrological, entirely. You can see the film Zeitgeist, which is obviously atheist production, but nevertheless, it shows you how solar, all the constellations and this knowledge of the stars demands a non-rotating plane for it to be of any value. That's why they had psychics predict Donald Trump's attempted fake staged assassination, because that will be coming back into popularity like it was in the past. Doesn't the world of America sound something kind of like Pharaoh, his dominion, his kingdom? Very possibly. You often hear these euphemisms and we don't think much about what they represent. We're going to build a wall to keep the aliens and the illegals out of a great country. Because he's not talking about just America. It's referencing the hour all the time. Because they know, at some level, the scriptwriters of this scenarios, they know all of these things are symbolically representing the hour, so they can hasten. They can hasten to this time. And I'll explain why in a bit. So those like Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Milo Yiannopoulos, all the conservative mouthpieces of this like kind of fake, woke conservative movement, they'll be very they familiarizing the idea of a non-spinning globe ball model of the Earth, because it's dying, at least in the West. So this is why I just wanted to talk about Medina and Mecca before I move into that discussion. This is a hadith that was referenced in a video recently, I think a month or so ago, a couple months ago. And it references Medina, which they call Yathrib in hadith. The flourishing state of Jerusalem will be when Yathrib, aka Medina in the hadith, is in ruins. The ruined state of Yathrib will be when the Great War comes. The outbreak of the Great War will be at the conquest of Constantinople, which the Mahdi, I think in hadith, the Mahdi is the one that conquers it. It's one of the signs of the hour. So no, it didn't happen in history. This is something that will happen in the future. And guess what? They have this idea of 1453. 1453 AD was when Mehmet al-Fatih, Muhammad the Conqueror, a sultan, a caliph of the Muslims, conquers Constantinople, Fatah, and establishes Istanbul. What if it's 1453 Hijri? That would mean it's in 2030, 2031, depending which month it falls in. So that could be around the corner. Some kind of a eschatological war projected into the past to foreshadow the future, like a book. So even though it could very well be likely Jerusalem is liberated, Medina could be destroyed, like in IPEC Go 2. It's alluded to something of the Islamic holy sites, whether it's Al-Aqsa, Sakhra Mosque, Dome of the Rock, Medina, Masjid al-Nabawi, where it's near a cemetery called Al-Baqi', something that's stained and blemished, or Al-Masjid al-Haram. Al-Masjid al-Haram in Saudi Arabia has a lot of similarities to IPEC Go 1. So let me just show you why. So this is the video in question. Notice this this rabbi that, you know, they're all called the same thing. Mashayikh, Mashiach, Rabbi, Rabbi. They take these people as lords. Talks about the destruction of Medina and Greater Israel. Of course, Greater Israel is expanding into Lebanon, expanding into Palestine. It's already underway. So what's coming after that, according to this projection, is Medina. It will be destroyed. That's the viral thumbnail. This is a very popular mainstream Sunni Muslim Salafi network. One side you have Israel, Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Aqsa compound, the Dome of the Rock. Other one, Masjid al-Nabi, the Green Dome. Okay. And by the way, this priest, he actually said verbatim, pretty much, the destruction of Medina will be the awakening of the Muslims. Awakening to what? To fight, kill, defend, make jihad. It's so easy to do that. It's like they're just playing with people's emotions so they can bring about this enlisting, because they don't have the numbers. They don't have the people ready to go and fight and die for a cause right now. Not in Russia, not in America, not in the Middle East. They don't have it. And they need people to do it voluntarily, because conscription, it doesn't incriminate the people with their actions because it's forced. Just like the jab from a few years ago, they never forced anyone to do that. Never. For the people they did, that was something that's in Allah's hands. But basically, nobody was forced. They went voluntarily and lined up, thinking this 19 jab is going to actually cure them of their woes. But it's all playing out now in a war. Yeah, absolutely, Abdurrahman. There's many factors involved. They actually can attack people economically to press them as well. So, this is a hadith from Musnad Ahmad that says, Dhul Suwayqatayn from Al-Habasha, Abyssinia or Ethiopia, will destroy the Kaaba and steal its treasure and kiswa, its cover. It is as if I could see him now. He is bald-headed and has a distortion in his wrists. He will strike the Kaaba with his spade and pickaxe. Keep in mind, I don't read this for my faith, for my religion. I read this to get a sense of the people that are playing this out because they wrote it. Let's just make that a disclaimer. Okay. And it says, this is one of the signs of Qiyamah. This is one of the signs of the hour. The hour will not occur till the Hajj is abandoned. They did that on a smaller scale during the jab era, the 19 jabs. Kind of like the 19 hijackers in the iPad Go 1. I'm willing to bet there will be a 19 for this. You can't make Hajj if there's no Kaaba to go around. Or bow or prostrate to, no black stone to smother with your lips. It's not going to happen. And clearly, they have seriously made Hajj unattractive because many people died this year going to Hajj. And they publicize that story to such a degree to sow seeds of doubt in what people perceive as the religion of Allah. Because trust me, that Mahdi that they have set up is not going to fight for Islam, but the image of it. I think there are new rules now for Hajj. You actually can't go if you're over a certain age, if you have certain conditions, morbidities. It's bad news, bad PR to the Saudi regime for people going to Hajj and dropping like flies because the area is insanely hot. And the people have to do it because these books tell them, these books tell them they have to do this for their hereafter. The people of Mecca will leave, and only a few people will pass through it. Then it will be resettled and rebuilt. Then the people will leave it again, and no one will ever return. Now again, these hadith literally reference the unseen. That's not what we see explained to us with these hadith in the world today. But they can use this because this is their intellectual property to bring about whatever they feel fits the plan, the agenda. No one will recover the treasure of the Kaaba except Dhul Suwayqatayn. Apparently, this is the man with skinny legs from Ethiopia. Why is it always a southern person, like from Ethiopia, Africa, that destroys the Kaaba or attempts to destroy the Kaaba? Maybe because the Kaaba is pretty north. The actual one is pretty much north. They've made the world on the map we use today with the terminology of the directions generally, relatively, that they actually are in reality. What does that mean? That means if you look at the Middle East, it's laid out in recent history with the borders it has with directions. Maghrib, the West, that's Morocco. Morocco, America, America. West, the most Western Arab state. Maghrib, Morocco, America. Sham. Sham means north. Syria, Lebanon. Sham, Sham. They're the northernmost Arab states. Yemen. Yamin, south, right-hand side. That's the southernmost Arab state. Iraq. Iraq is connected to Persia, Fars. They use Pars all the time on old maps in Latin to show something towards the east. Oriental. India, Pars, whatever. They know exactly what they're doing. And in the middle, you have Misr. Misr, Yunan, Greece, Egypt, Turkey. Rum. Turkey was called Rum. Ottoman Empire was called Rum in the middle. So, these are hadiths about the destruction of the Kaaba. And that brings me to this. You guys are probably aware of these cards. And there's a lot to say about this. I could make a whole stream about cards if I wanted to. But what do you guys see in the picture there? Let me know what this image evokes. What are the things in the image? Remember, this card is called Combined Disasters. What does the image show? Anyone? Bueller? Yeah, the Hannah Banana, that's true. They do got one with Trump. I could show the Trump one, but it's, this one is a bit more obscured. Yeah, it does show anarchy. Let's find the truth. But what I'm looking for is the clock tower. The clock. I've been looking at this card for 12 years, at least. It's older than that, but it became prominent in the conspiracy world online because London, England has a clock tower like this called Big Ben. It doesn't really look like it, actually. And it doesn't have to. It's symbolic. All of these planned things are symbols. If they made it exactly like what they're talking about, you'd probably figure it out, so it would defeat the purpose. And the London Olympics were in 2012, 12 years ago, the same year that iPad Go 2 came out. But nothing happened. Nothing happened. They did predict in those Olympics what happened during the jab era. Okay? The 19 jabs in the opening ceremony. But nothing happened. There was no destruction that you see in this image with any clock tower. So some people speculated maybe it's in Japan, maybe Fukushima or whatever it is. No. This clock tower is the most important one and the largest one in the world. By far, by far. What clock tower do you think that is? It's interesting you say that, MEZ, because 11:11, there's a concept of the 11th hour, the last hour before midnight, when the clock strikes 12. Thank you, Azizix. Mecca. Yeah, thank you. Let's find the truth. And let me show you why. You might be a bit shaken up with this. The one with horns. So, V for Vendetta has a climax with the destruction of a clock tower, Big Ben. And this is in London. But this is clearly a reference to something that is in another part of the world, in Arabia. The one with the horns. This is the second most expensive building complex in the world. The clock towers. The towers of the clock. But you guys, I just told you that the word clock and hour have the same meaning in Arabic. So the towers of the clock, abraj as-sa'ata, can also mean the towers of the hour, which you're trying to hasten. They do have horns there. The Mecca Clock Royal Tower, the 6th tallest freestanding structure, fourth tallest building in the world. It was made by the same family that was blamed for IPEC Goat 1, September 11th. The world's second most expensive building. 16 billion US dollars. It's literally called the Tower of the Hour. What if that just so happens to be on this card? Here's another hint. What are the colors of the people in the foreground of the devastation? Red, blue, yellow, green. I mean, if you watch my videos, Mecca is described as the center of the earth, the true one. That's why they apply that to today's Mecca. With 4 islands usually on old maps. And those 4 islands tend to be given 4 different colors. Red, blue, yellow, and green. They talk about this all the time in mythology, at least about Arabia. So I can imagine that there's something to do with Mecca, the most prominent clock tower in the world, because the hour is connected to the actual Mecca in the Qur'an, the conquest of Mecca, the Fatah, Al-Fatiha. Something to think about. And in IPEGO 2, I already showed you here. This haram complex and these towers are with this mosque being blown up. You see the tall towers in the background? You see the bottom right-hand corner? Just go to the video. You can check it out for yourself. War coverage. Stock markets plunge. War coverage. Shaky cam. Live footage from Masjid al-Haram. You're right, Cornutix. These clock towers cast a shadow. I can't find the picture, but they cast a shadow, these particular horns, on the worshippers of the Kaaba. That looks very similar to that place in IPEC Go 2 in the bottom right-hand corner, if you just look out in the stream. They even make sure to associate it more with green light, like the aurora, by putting a green light going all the way to the top. You guys see that? You know where else they have a clock tower in the media, entertainment media? They have one in a film for children, of course, called The Polar Express. Wish I could show you. It kind of does look like a haram if you notice. You see it? Geographic center. Giant tree in the center. This kind of Mecca has the same type of Islamic architecture. There's the clock tower. They have to pass the clock tower. The 11th hour is on the screen as well. Okay. midnight. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence at all. Well, this is why it's being done, so people know. And I know their watch, but like the idea is maybe it can put a wrench in their plans, you know. Okay, so clock towers, and let me show you something interesting. Do you guys know what was Mecca in the official history famous for? What was Mecca in Islamic history and before famous for? Yeah, idols as well, Abdurrahman, yeah. But specifically, what did the Quraysh do when they made Hajj to Mecca? Idols, yeah. What was it the center of? Clearly, other people had idols too. Ah, trade route. Trade, world trade. Mecca is known in history as the center of world trade. The center of world trade. The World Trade Center. Where have I heard that before? Mecca is the World Trade Center. So all the caravans and all of the camels and all the donkeys would descend once a year to the World Trade Center, share their wares. Now you see. And by the way, Abdurrahman, you're going to be in for a shock, okay? As I was when I found this today. And I'm going to read it. So, IPEC Goat 1, Twin Towers, Bin Laden, the whole 9 yards. America. Mecca, World Trade Center, towers made by the Bin Laden family. Did you guys know the architect of that complex in New York that's no longer with us was inspired by Mecca in Saudi Arabia? He's a Japanese architect. World Trade Center. And it's funny, this article was posted on September 11th. Maybe everybody else in the world knew this already, but I didn't. The architect of the World Trade Center towers designed them specifically as references to Mecca. Yamasaki received the World Trade Center commission the year after the Dhahran airport was completed. Yamasaki described its plaza in New York as a Mecca, a great relief from the narrow streets and sidewalks of the surrounding Wall Street area. Now you know why they call it Wall Street, near the wall of the worlds. It's always been referencing one place, the one in Saudi and the one that was in New York. True to his word, Yamasaki replicated the plan of Mecca's courtyard by creating a vast delineated square isolated from the city's bustle by low colonnaded structures and capped by two enormous perfectly square towers, minarets, really. So now you know why they have to be twins, like every mosque you've seen in your life. Yamasaki's courtyard mimicked Mecca's assemblage of holy sites, the Kaaba, which they always define as a cube, containing the sacred stone, what some believe is the burial site of Hajar and Ismail, and the holy spring, including several sculptural features, including a fountain, and he anchored the composition in a radial circular pattern similar to Mecca's. This is uh, this is from an article called "Capitalism's Mecca." You're starting to see. You're starting to see, huh? Have you guys ever seen what the World Trade Center used to look like? Let me show you. This is the cube today. Okay? WTC cube today. It lights up at night. It's for the arts. Could have made any shape they wanted. This is not the actual same architect, because this architect was talking about the past structure that became ground zero. It's next to a fountain. There's your Zamzam spring. This was also made after ground zero. Okay? This is what it looked like. Does that not remind you of something? They had this front and center in Fight Club, the film that came a year before this event happened. Navel of the Worlds. This is a black cube in Manhattan, made in 1967. They say it's made to commemorate the Alamo mission. Alamo, if you're not aware, in American history, is basically changed the face of America because was a famous battle in Texas. Okay. What does Alamo sound like? Alamo. Alamo. Okay. Manhattan. Allahumma. Allahumma. Alamo. At the base of the towers, Yamasaki used implied pointed arches derived from the characteristically pointed arches of Islam, a transition between the wide column spacing below and dense structural mesh above. Above soared the pure geometry of the towers, swathed in shimmering skin, which doubled as a structural web, a giant truss. Here, Yamasaki was following the Islamic tradition of wrapping a powerful geometric form in a dense filigree, as in the inlaid marble pattern work of the Taj Mahal, or the ornate carvings of the courtyard and domes of Alhambra. The shimmering filigree is the mark of the holy. A higher spiritual reality in Islam. You get in the picture, eh? Yeah, very well. Could be ulama. That's the hard part, because The English languages, other languages, they don't have a consistent conversion from Arabic. Now you're starting to see what that clock tower is in the card game. Why that stunningly uncanny representation of Masjid al-Haram is in iPad Go 2. With the towers, with the mosque and cemetery of Al-Baqi' in Medina. Why Medina is said to be destroyed. Why the Kaaba is said to be disassembled, destroyed in hadith. Not my hadith, their hadith. They brought that forward. And what you see in America is not an Arab revival, but a Hebrew revival. Hebrew is literally, in the Arabic language, connected to the root for Arabic. It's like a parallel language to Arabic. That's why Hebrew is probably the one that they made the closest to Arabic. That's why they say Arabic comes from Hebrew. In Arabic, the word for Hebrew is abara. Abara, ain bara. In Arabic, it's just move it around the root and you get araba. That's why they call it Hebrew roots, because they know everything is structured around roots when it comes to languages, because they all came from Arabic, which is made of trilateral roots. The Hebrew roots movement, acronym is Haram, Harama, is a religious movement that advocates adherence to the Torah, not the New Testament. Torah, Mosaic law, Sabbath, circumcision. They wear tzitzit like rabbis. They do not generally follow Judaism or embrace the Talmud. But they believe Yeshua is the Messiah. They reject Christmas and Easter, saying those are pagan traditions. Interesting. So this is what you can expect in America when you have this fanatical Christian 2.0 that the Quran calls Al-Yahud. The Egyptian religion of Fir'aun did not exist in Africa. It existed in the West. That's why it's called America. America is the commander. Amrika. Amri. Ka. Your command. Amri is command. Ka is yours. Amrika. They're the world police. For a long time. And they're called an empire as well. The American Empire. So what will happen in the Eastern Hemisphere? Well, before I get into that, they even tell you in local geography, places like Iberia. This is the westernmost coast of mainland Europe, of mainland Eurasia. And it's called Hebrew land, Iberia, Hebrew. Spain and Portugal, essentially. But why did they put it in the west? And it's just above Morocco, which is stunningly similar to America. America. There's a comedy around how Americans pronounce their country. America. America. Because Morocco has nothing to do with the Arabic name for Maghrib, which is west. West Morocco. They know the west controls the world in the Quranic pattern of the world. Hebrew, West, Yahud, Uzair, Osiris. I mentioned in my video, Companions of the Cave Part 2. Osiris is called the Lord of the West. He was associated with Pharaoh because he was called Pharaoh. Pharaoh was treated as God. God. A human God. That's what they believe in. The Yahud are a skeptical people when it comes to Allah's attributes. They rather believe in something that is worldly. Where the Nasara, they have all kinds of deities. They worship all kinds of things in the creation. There are people that hate the material world. And so they create all kinds of complicated rituals around pleasing their jinn gods. And that's why Ibrahim's people, they say, Ansiru ala alihatikum. Support your gods. Support, ansara, nasara. These people are struggling all the time. That's why they're in a perpetual state of war, like the Middle East, like Ukraine, like Europe during world wars. They're impoverished people, so the system reflects that. It's part of the it's a pattern. Unfortunately, the people that at the top, they exploit these patterns to keep everybody in check. That's why the leaders in the Quran of Nasara are actually called ruhban, monks. But that word ruhban, rahaba, is related to terror and fear and horror. This is how they keep their people in check, with fear tactics, struggling, violence, separatism, partisanship. However, on the other side, the Yahud, their leaders are called ahbar. Habara root, it relates to making things happy, glad. Hawwada, Yahud, means to make people settle down a bit, give them a false sense of security. That's how the news media is. That's how the institutions are. And this is why they want to show you, the recentist, revisionist historians, they want to Arabize Europa. Yeah, no problem. The world did speak Arabic. Of course they did. The Quran is all in Arabic. But why center it all in Europe? Why convince the Christian pagan traditions of Europe to accept Jesus as an Arab speaker that lived in Europe? Not in the Middle East, not Arabiya, but Uruba. Because they need to perennialize all the various faith traditions and cultural differences of that Eurasia, Tartaria, that they constantly harp about. So the Christians, they have to get over the fact that Arabic is not that foreign. So they push it out there for an agenda. Jesus, he's European. Arabic is European. The Quran happened in Europe. The Bible happened in Europe. Moses went to the meeting of the two seas in the Mediterranean. He went to the two seas, perhaps in the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. You see how they can use this stuff to create a Nasara identity for the times, the end times, essentially. So they push Jesus in Europe, Arabic as a European language, Islam as a Eurasian civilization. The Mohammedans, the Muslims, were basically Tartarians. That's what they tell you. And they lived around the Black Sea, which is strange because that's exactly where they can easily relocate the Jews of Israel that spoke a Germanic language, that came from Russia, and they were the original Muslims that spoke Arabic in Andalus in medieval times, and they regained the status of Muslims again. Moses took people to the place of the two seas. Well, he traveled to the two seas in the Quran, and he took them to the promised land in the Bible with the help of Joshua, the actual Jesus they worship. And wouldn't you know, the Black and the Caspian Sea is essentially Crimea, Tartaria, Ukraine, Russia, Caucasus. It's also the heartland of Indo-European speakers, which comprises basically the whole Eurasia. And all they have to do is just give them this Arabic, this kind of Sunni Vatican Sufi religion that existed probably in the medieval times prior to the Quran. I know that sounds hard to believe. Wait a second, the Bible came before the Quran. The Hadith came after the Quran. Yeah, that's what we're told. But that doesn't mean there were not religions that are obfuscated by these documents they made after the Quran. That's why during the Middle Ages, they probably burned a lot of books. Lots and lots and lots and lots of books. This is happening again. It became popular again last year in 2023. It's called Quran desecration. They burn Qur'ans, books. Where? Where do they do this? Do they do this in America, where they have freedom of speech? No. They do it in Europe. Why are they doing this? They do it in Saudi, but mainly Denmark, Scandinavian countries, Germanic countries. And interestingly enough, this prompted the Danish government to pass a law to make it illegal to burn, soil, trample on, or cut recognized religious scriptures like the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. This had the effect of legitimizing the Torah, the Injil, as they called the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Obviously, of the three, the Quran is the scripture, provably. But the other two are lumped in there because if you noticed, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you all buddy-buddy by showing you priests, Russian priests, Vatican priests accepting Islam. No problem, of course. No problem at all. However, the stuff that gets viral online is not random. That's why they show you Putin kissing the Quran. He's supposed to be a Russian Orthodox president. Why would he kiss the Quran? Oh, he has, people that, he respects in Russia that are Muslims, like the Chechens, even though we decimated their lands. He blamed them for false terror attacks. And they're really framing Russia as this ally of the Muslims. And trust me, a lot of them will fall for it. They will. In Russia, you're not allowed to insult the Prophet Muhammad. In Russia, the Quran is treated like scripture. But those Muslims that have the blessing of the Kremlin are Sufis. Of course, I mean, why would they be Sufis? The Sufi sect is named after As-Saf, Safat, Safan. That's used for angels. These people literally create entire cults around them with their rainbow colors of turbans, as if they're like angels. Like every word they say is just revelation. A Sufi family in history, officially mainstream fake history, was responsible for creating Twelver Shi'ism in Iran, the Ismaili dynasty. Sufis created sects that are the basis of Wahhabism today, like Ibn Taymiyyah being a trained Sufi. This is all official history. Abdul Qadir Jilani, a Persian, a Sufi, is lauded by Salafis today. The Salafi sect this depends on Sufis. Before this formalized reformation of all these different Muslim areas, Arab speakers and non-Arab speakers, it was just Sufis everywhere. India, you go there, Sufis. North Africa, Sufis. Russia, Sufis. Bosnia, Sufis. Turkey. Why? Why is this the case? The structure of that institution clearly reflects some kind of a pre-Quranic religion where you bow and obey the priest and he tells you everything. He recites the scripture for you. You're not allowed to study it. You have to jump through hoops to be a student, to be accepted into this religion. Yeah, exactly. Putin also condemned Quran burning. They're playing these sides together to make this perennial movement that leads to something bigger. In medieval times, the ordinary semi-literate or illiterate laity, laymen, for them, the main source of scripture was oral and regular. The priest's vernacular paraphrase of the day's readings according to the liturgical calendar during the homily, bolstered by derived works such as dramas, poems, songs, icons, paintings, carvings, sculptures. What that means is, in history, in this exact region, they tell you the common people were not allowed to read the word of the Creator. The language was lost. The meanings were lost. It was forbidden for you as a regular person, not a priest, a regular person, to read the scripture. That's why they need the Qur'an to be pushed as oral, not written. They give you fake manuscripts. I've told you so many times on this channel. The fake manuscripts are to push an oral Qur'an where it can be literally gatekept. So when you go to the mosque and hear the Qur'an, which is something the jinn do, by the way, the humans have to read it, but the jinn hear it. Notice? They can tell you whatever you want. There's no way you can fact check. They remove the diacritics. They remove the surah titles. They remove everything. They disassemble the Quranic text entirely. So what you're left with is literally memorizers that memorize it in many recitations. So it's there's no way the average person would know what they're listening to. This is the Middle Ages being rebuilt, the feudalism being rebuilt again. So, what kind of religion that looks like, I don't know. But clearly the Mahdi is liberating the world, at least that part of the world, in the future, into a perennialist pagan idolatry. That's why it says right there, because the people wouldn't read the scripture, they need to make all kinds of devices for them to understand. Poetry, that's why they push the Quran as being poetic. Dramas, songs, they recite the Quran like a song. Icons, those are idols. Paintings, they had tons of those, even in the Islamic history officially. Carvings, sculptures. That's very interesting, Kerber, that they started to remove all copies of Hafs in Morocco. I really wonder when they started that, if you don't mind telling me, because you better hold on to your Hafs Quran. Look at what they say in the Old Church Slavonic. Not without reason has this is by the way, not without reason has it pleased Almighty God that Holy Scripture should be a secret in certain places, lost. If it were plainly apparent to all men, perchance it would be little esteemed and be subject to disrespect, or it might be falsely understood by those of mediocre learning and lead to error. Today, they literally say, if you're not a scholar, you can't comment on the Quran. Or as they like to say, Qur'an. This is all being repeated before your eyes. Yeah, Hannah Banana, it is part of this one world order, but it will still be framed like different factions, different warring geopolitical entities. Yeah, thank you, Care Bear. I really appreciate that. Salam alaikum, Zahid. So don't be surprised in the Middle East one day when they start burning the Quran. I showed you in the last live stream. You should watch the ending of that. They allude to the Quran being burned physically. And because of that, they will turn it into an oral recitation where the prophetic traditions will be the main bread and butter of that religion. However, in the West, there's a different plan for the Quran believers. And by the way, if you think there's no connection between the Sufi sect and the Pope and the Vatican, I mean, they're basically like the same thing. The Jesuits, the Vatican, the Sufis, the Kabbalist, it's part and parcel of the same. The Sufi religion actually embraces Kabbalah. It's a pantheist sect. Sorry to, any Sufis listen. Have you guys heard of this translation? This is the infestation of the Quran alone idea, which really is a original idea from the Quran. It's described as to remember your Lord in the Quran alone. RK, this self-styled messenger, he actually names the Quran the final testament in his translation. Really? Final testament to what? The Bible. The Quran is being biblicized before our very eyes. And be patient, honestly, that's an amazing comment. They put 19 steps in the pyramid. Why a pyramid on the cover of the Quran translation? You even have UN ties. Rashad Khalifa was, I think, worked for the UN. He set things up in Tucson, Arizona. And imagine one day the book of the Quran. Remember I said how they want to go back to Hebrew? That's why they de-Arabize the Quran, so they can make it just English and add it to the Hebrew-derived King James Bible. Old Testament, New Testament, Final Testament. The Quran's the third one for this plan. So then these people will follow one book. And they might call it the Quran, even. They might change the name of the Bible to the Quran. But there will be nothing left from the creator of the Quran served and worshipped in this book. It'll be Yahweh, Jesus. And that's why the Rashad Khalifa followers believe most of the Bible is true. This is the submission cult that I referenced in the past two videos. They want to biblicize the Quran by removing its Arabic context that gives you the meanings, that gives you the actual purpose of the Quran, and add it to the Bible, because the Bible is already made for this very task, to explain the Quran away. Yeah, Cornutics, I recommend you look at the Truth website. It's pretty ominous to think that website's been around for a long time. It just goes hand in hand with this whole agenda. So don't be surprised there are churches in America that have the Quran added to their Bibles. But it's not going to be anything like the Arabic Quran, which Allah says is a clear Arabian Quran. This will probably be the religion of the Mashiach ben David. That's not the Mashiach ben Yusuf called the Mahdi. It's the Mashiach ben David, Jesus Christ, Son of God, does miracles, raises people from the dead, like the Dajjal says, in the other one. They have tons and tons of pseudo-Islamic cults in America. America is like the homeland of cults, it seems. They spring up everywhere. I wonder why. So this will essentially enslave its adherents. And instead of some kind of a pagan perennialist idolatry, this will basically be a form of Satanism. That's why the churches have such strange beliefs and rituals. You ever wonder why rituals are done today? You don't understand the origin of the rituals. So the rituals in all religions today are echoing something that they're being groomed. The people are being groomed to do. Here is my body. Here is my blood. Consume it. You ever wonder why it's phrased that way? You ever wonder why in the Quran and Surah Yusuf, literally the people Yusuf is talking about in the visions of his companions in the prison, reference the Egyptian framework of Christianity? Wine, blood, humans as their Lord, bread, cannibalism. They want to worship Yahweh when the Quran says worship Allah. And this brings me to President Trump. President Trump, Orange Man bad. The aliens in the wall. Is it just a coincidence that the Trump is an old word for trumpet? Trumpet is what they translate asur as. Trumpet and Kamala. Kamala in Arabic means completion, perfection. This is what Allah calls the deen. We have completed and perfected your deen. That's not a coincidence at all. Not at all. And it's anyone's guess what the election will bring in November. But clearly, all the pieces are there to lead people down the garden path, quote unquote, of delusion. So you search what Kamala means. It means perfection, completion, accomplishment, conclusion. There's something being completed. This is not just coincidence. They can pick whatever they want. This is their matrix, in a way. It's not what Allah designed, but He allows these people to have their fun as a sign for those who believe. Trump means trumpet. And I already mentioned Rome before. In the beginning of this stream, the Romans are the ones that destroyed the Second Temple. Very likely could be referencing the Kaaba. They literally reference Trump as a wannabe Caesar all the time. Years. By this phrase called crossing the Rubicon. It's right here. Crossing the Rubicon. Why Trump should cross the Rubicon. Crossing the Rubicon. This is a reference to ancient history that they've given to us about a guy called Julius Caesar who has the same initials as Jesus Christ, and he was a general of the Roman Republic. But one day, he decides to take his army and take power by force. And that begins with the phrase crossing the Rubicon, because apparently there's a river in Italy that they say Julius Caesar in history crossed this river and declared himself the emperor of the Roman Republic, essentially creating the Roman Empire that we know very much. Is it just a coincidence that this is the imagery they portray with Trump, as if he's groomed for such a role in such a way? They have memes about this, the God Emperor Trump crossing the Rubicon, Caesarism of the Trump QAnon supporters, the insurrection of January 6th that basically shows his supporters in a staged event mimicking the attack, and it says the temple of democracy. That's how they phrased it. Would it be such a hard scenario to believe? Because this has happened many times in the fake mainstream history. Of a man with the resolve and support of a very frustrated group of people in the country, where things are basically centered around their world, America, which has the same symbols as Rome. That if Kamala is elected in November, there would be a major, major vacuum created. Well, I should say split in the 50 or so states of America. There could very well be an insurrection again. And that time, it could actually pan out to Trump being the last president, in a sense. Because just like in Nazi Germany, the same thing happened with another Roman kingdom. So they all have this eagle symbolism because this is from Rome. This is the Roman symbol. So it started with them. It transferred to many iterations of that. Holy Roman Empire, the German Roman Empire, the Third Reich in Germany. That's another leader that took power. And then you have the Great Seal of the United States with an eagle. Only thing though, this is not an eagle. It's actually a phoenix. Yeah, I'm aware of the Trump Israel coin because, let me just find it. This was some years ago where they compare Donald Trump to Cyrus the Great. So basically, he's a great leader. He's a great leader that helps Beni Israel, the Jews, move to rebuild their temple somewhere else. Not a coincidence. So that's why you have ideas like the Republic becomes an empire. They call America the American Empire. Its enemies call it the American Empire. Iran calls America the Great Satan, as if they have an undisclosed satanic religion pending. All these terms are not made up in a vacuum. They are referencing things that they have insider knowledge about. Führer, Fir'aun, National Socialism, International Socialism. They're just two sides of the same coin. America rising from its depression, from its ashes, like a phoenix, like Phoenix, Arizona, which I mentioned the last time. Arduna. Arduna is used by Fir'aun in the Qur'an to refer as he owns the earth. Arizona is where the Semites made their Masjid Tausan, the masjid of the peacock that even resembles what we would imagine a phoenix to be anyway. The fiery representation of Shaitan. No problem with the birds or the nature or the earth. It's just that these people hijack symbols from nature to represent what their religion is. It's no interest. It's no like. It's like if you go through anything, even like models of cars, the way they name them, like Hyundai, they have Santa Fe and Tucson right after each other. Santa Fe, Shaitan Fi Tao San. Santa is Santa Claus. That's Satan. Everybody knows that very well. The saints, the awliya of Shaitan, the patron saints, people worship in idols, icons. Shayateen, saints. Sinterklaas. Krampus is a demon that later became Santa Claus in the red and white suit. It's just not an accident. And they've known for a while, I mean, the people in the know in America always understood the eagle of the great seal's true identity is a phoenix, symbol of regeneration, rising from the ashes. The entirety of American political architecture is related to Masonic Egyptian symbolism. It's like literally obelisks. Obelisk is the like Washington Monument. It's they have a pyramid on their currency with one eye, literally referencing this pharaonic system. However, on the other side, Russia is talking about Islam. And the biblical prophecies are always saying Gog and Magog is related to Moscow in the Bible, according to their interpretation. And they're already putting out propaganda that Russia is on the side of Muhammad, it's on the side of the Muslims, the Sunnis, the Shias, the Sufis. Okay, I've already showed you these kinds of ideas. So it's not a surprise that eventually this conflict, whatever progression or sequence these events happen before the hour, inevitably the nuke card is thrown out, is thrown on the table. Sorry guys, I think I may have eventually this card is put on the table. Okay, it's already alluded to just days ago. They don't have these capabilities, but the people believe they do. So that's why they always posture with this idea of nukes. Allah says in the Quran, He is the faliq, the splitter, the cleaver of the nuclei and the particles. Allah, He's the only one possible that can do that. So that's why these are a hoax. And they're also a hoax because they actually can't hasten the passage of time towards the hour. They can't hasten the hour itself. Nothing. And if they had these capabilities, they would destroy everything if they wanted to. There's a reason the first tests were called the Trinity tests in Los Alamos. What do you think would happen if this was a reality, if this was a possibility? Wouldn't you see some shadowy kind of angelic beings return to help humanity? A nuclear war scenario threatened between the revisionists, the Russian side, and the Allies, America's side. Just watch my World War III video talking about the future scenario. Would it be surprising if you have the ETs, the alien agenda, finally come into the forefront? to stop humanity from destroying itself, angelic-looking jinns that finally bring world peace and technology in exchange for being worshipped as gods, Elohim, and effectively solving humanity's woes, because now they just avert the crisis of this existential threat of perceived nuclear weapons. This religion exists to foreshadow this, and it's called realism. Interestingly, it teaches that an extraterrestrial race of beautiful alien gods called Elohim created humanity. This is what Satanists claim about Iblis, that he created humanity. It's an atheistic religion, because by the time this happens, if it's possible, but if it does happen, trust me, most of the world will have no confidence in one God, one creator. The Quran will have been abandoned by this point. It holds that the Elohim have historically been mistaken for gods. I wonder why. Maybe they allowed this to happen. The jinn allowed them to be worshipped as gods. It claims that throughout history, the Elohim have, which just means gods in Hebrew, have created 40 Elohim human hybrids who have served as prophets, preparing humanity for news about their origins. They throw in the prophets and other historical figures in there, like Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad, with Rael, this cult leader, being the 40th and final prophet. The Raelists believe the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, humanity entered the age of the apocalypse. That's right, they believe the apocalypse is coming now, when really it's the hour. And I'll explain why that's so significant. In which it threatens itself with nuclear annihilation. Realism holds that humanity must find a way to harness new scientific and technological development for peaceful purposes, and that when this has been achieved, the Elohim will return to Earth to share their technology with humanity and establish a utopia of shirk. To this end, the Raelians have sought to build an embassy for the Elohim, a landing pad for their spaceship. Raelians engage in daily meditation, hope for physical immortality through human cloning. Shaitan promises immortality and angelic existence. The demons come in angelic clothing. They probably will look like Jesus. And this is why this is echoed in the Bible, in popular discourse. The fallen angels are jinns. They're pelted jinns. Yeah, very interesting, Beware. It does spell realism. It's almost like they took the IS out of Israelism, because Israel is no longer a thing. Exactly, Adabra. White with gold locks. Blue-eyed, white-haired, angelic beings. And let me show you who their commander is. The commander of the Ashtar Command. The commander of the Pleiadian Galactic Federation of Light and Love. Have you not considered the one who argued with Ibrahim, about his Lord, because Allah had given him kingship, given him the kingdom? When Ibrahim said, "My Lord is the one who gives life and causes death," he said, "I give life and cause death." Ibrahim said, "Indeed, Allah brings up the sun from the east, so bring it up from the west." So the disbeliever doesn't say kafir, it says alladhi kafara, was overwhelmed, and Allah does not guide the zalimin, people in the darknesses of oppression. There's only one other time that word is used, alladhi kafara. Everywhere else it's alladhina kafaru, a group. Shaitan is known to be from the kafirin. He's a jinn from the kafirin. His entire story in Adam's story as Iblis is meant to mimic and delude and trick Adam to thinking he's an angel. He probably did it again. He probably doing it right now. The elites of the world that take their orders from these shayateen, they see them as angels. They have a Gnostic understanding of the world because they don't see Allah as actually here and present and governing things with his actual angels. They see these fallen angels as beings of light and wisdom and knowledge and representatives of God. But this God essentially deludes humanity from the very top all the way down to our level, mostly. And this الذي كفر is mentioned in one other place, right here. أفرأيت الذي كفر. Have you seen he who disbelieved in our verses, our ayat, and said, I will surely be given wealth and children. Notice this is a specific being. Let me share my screen. A specific being. One. Has he looked into the unseen, or has he taken from the most merciful Ar-Rahman a promise? No. We will record what he says and extend for him the punishment extensively. Literally, maddan. Who gets this type of treatment? Out of all the beings in the universe punished, who do you think gets the prime real estate in hell? Shaitan. And we will inherit him what he mentions, and he will come to us alone. Fardan. And they have taken besides Allah deities, that they would be for them honor. Izzan. Who are these deities, pray tell? They're jinns, rebellious devil jinns. That's the gods. Right after this, alladhi kafara, and they have taken gods, his progeny, as shayateen. No, they will deny their worship. That's what Shaitan says. I never forced you to do anything. I just said ukfar, and you did it from your own mobility. You worshipped us. You served us. You did shirk. You did kufr. That's what he will say. He's literally an alien parasite. They will deny their worship of them and will be against them opponents. Do you not see that we have sent the devils upon the disbelievers? Ash-shayatina ala al-kafirina. Inciting with incitement. Do you understand? He literally spells it out for you who this is about. The shayateen. This is who humanity does shirk with. Imagine a scenario where most of humanity is just their religions are gone. They're gone. There's no connection to Allah whatsoever anymore. And now you have these gods. Beautiful, long, Aryan gods. The picture perfection of angelic sustenance. So do not be impatient over them. This word says make haste. Ta'ajil. Ta'ajal. Didn't I tell you the one to hasten the hour? Make haste, 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 haste. We only count out to them a number. A day, نحشر المتقين towards Ar-Rahman. And drive the criminals towards Jahannam. None will have intercession ash-shafa'ata, except he who had taken from Ar-Rahman a promise, a covenant. Clearly, these are believers that never worship these things as their intercessors. The intercessors that they have claimed. This is not who it's talking about. There's no intercession from anything outside of Allah. And He commands the angels. They're the allies of the believers now and on that day. Pay attention to the next few ayahs. And they say, Ar-Rahman has taken a child. Certain, you have done an atrocious thing. The heavens almost rupture therefrom, and the earth splits open, and the mountains collapse in devastation. That they attribute, they call for Ar-Rahman a child. It is not appropriate for Ar-Rahman he should take a child. I just mentioned 5 ayahs in succession about one concept alone, which is the worship of a son or child or daughter or whatever of Allah, Ar-Rahman. Why, oh why, would Allah constantly talk about this very obvious idea that the creator of the universe doesn't beget nor is begotten? Maybe because this is humanity at the very end, when the heavens are just about to rupture and the earth split open and the mountains collapse. Because humanity is literally being led to hell in this life and during the hour by these gods that they take as children of God. Doesn't that sound like a story in the Qur'an? And before I mention that, have you heard of this word, al-jassasa? Al-jassasa? What word in English does that word sound like? The beast of the earth in hadith. We are people from Arabia in Sahih Muslim. We embarked upon a boat, but the sea waves had been driving us for 1 month and brought us as near as this island. We got into the side boats and entered this island, and here a beast met us with profusely thick hair, and because of the thickness of his face could not be distinguished from his back. We said, Woe be to thee, who are you? It said, I am Al-Jassasa. We said, What is Al-Jassasa? I am going to tell you about myself, and I am Dajjal. Jassasa, Jesus. Jesus, Jassasa. You understand? This word, let me just show you on the screen. Is related to spying. Jassasu. This spying is related to eating the flesh of your brother. That's cannibalism. There's a person, a being that constantly sees you where you do not see them. You can put it together, what beast that is. They probably might look like Jesus one day, very angelic and beautiful, long flowing robes. For any Christians listening, your God said, your God in the Bible, and any submitters that take the Bible as scripture, any Quranists that take the Bible as scripture, these are the words of Jesus, not Isa, of course. He said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Elsewhere, on the road to Damascus, suddenly Paul, at the time he was called Saul, a light shone around him from heaven, Then he fell to the ground and he heard a voice saying to him, he said, "Who are you, Lord?" Then the Lord said, "I am Jassasa, I'm Jesus, whom you are persecuting." You understand? It's the same thing. The devils come in the form of angels because we're none the wiser. Like, how would we know? They even share in this idea that Jesus, in this Roman letter, is described with blue eyes, blonde hair, reddish complexion. You kind of see where this is going, right? They're literally going to create an image of Iblis, who's called the morning star in the Bible, just like Jesus is called the morning star. And that Ya Truth website actually says in their Quranic translation that they added to the Bible, astaghfirullah, that this morning star, At-Tariq, is actually Jesus Christ. It's very interesting, Cornutics, that in Revelations, Jesus has a war cry of an archangel. More like a fallen angel. And that's why Satanists today depict Shaitan like this. Angelic wings. Let me show you my screen. Okay. Angelic wings, blonde hair, white hair, blue eyes, Aryan features, a humble, beautiful God that wants you to worship him as this being, this created being. They believe that this being that they call Satan, and I already told you before that they follow the Yazidi text, which actually worships Iblis. They call him the peacock angel, an angel, imagine. They believe that he did not prostrate to Adam, and so God raised his rank as the highest angel. Remember I said that they seek to hasten, to make haste? This word ajala in this root is related to the calf that Beni Israel worshipped, served, that they took, like they claim Ar-Rahman took a son. Why, oh why, is this really where we're going to head into eventually? A literal shirk. Because remember, Musa comes back in this story absolutely livid that his people have taken this utopia of shirk, worshipping this as their God. Ajala, make haste. Ijl, the calf. Al-ajilata, the immediate. This is the problem. These people don't have the foresight to appreciate the akhirah. They're only stuck in the dunya. Everything is now, here and now. Did you know the sun is mentioned 33 times in the Quran? 19 of those times, the moon is mentioned with the sun. What are the odds? This is something to pay attention to because this is from Allah. The Quran clearly makes this point. This book has not been tampered with whatsoever. That means those numbers are connected to the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are connected to the Qiyamah because there's a surah called Al-Qiyamah. And let me show you what this word apocalypse means. They think this means the complete destruction, the final destruction of the world, described in the book of Revelation, an event on a catastrophic scale. But if you look at the root, apocalypse, it means to lift the veil, lift the cover. That's why Rashad Khalifa always puts the hour as the end of the world. They literally want you to think the hour is now. The events that we're talking about now or in the near future, that they're orchestrating. The disbelievers, they do not have a concept of the hour whatsoever. And this is the takeaway point. They believe the hour is now, this time period, because they will think when the hour actually happens and people are actually resurrected from the graves that they've gone into paradise, skipping the test. This is such an amazing point from the Qur'an, that the majority of humans that have existed entirely will just imagine them to be in heaven after this apocalypse happens. The elites want to hasten the hour because they believe, like most of humanity in the end, the hour and Judgment Day are the same thing. The hour and Judgment Day are the same thing. That's what they believe. Okay? And so they get fooled into thinking that after their death, they will just enter paradise. They will ascend to Jannah. Isn't that such a masterful trap for people that deny Allah's ayat? Everything in our world at the moment and in our past, this is called the ula, the former. And the dunya is the nearest part to the akhirah. Okay? Everything right now and in our past reflects the events of the hour. Reflects. It's not the same thing, but it's a preparation for those who believe. So think of it this way. This is good news. The apocalypse is good news. I'm going to show you why. It's in the Qur'an. Because what you see in the world, as terrible and damaging and traumatic as it is in the world now, you have to always keep in mind, this is a study period. This is a tutorial for what the hour will be like. It will be awe-inspiring. It will be very scary at times. But with this knowledge, you have a chance. Allah wants this knowledge revealed. It's important. This knowledge affects the world. 100%. So the hastening is related to shirk because they abandon the whole point of the Quran, which is the hour. And they know it's the hour. They know. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, the verses of the Quran will just come into play when that period starts. Do you know why they say 40 years is maturity's age in Islam? Also in Rashad Khalifa's cult? Because the 40 years is not when you become 40. That's nowhere in the Quran. It's when you reach a period that lasts around 40 years. A day to Allah is like 1,000 years. Like, not exactly, like 1,000. The experience. An hour is like 40 years. Beni Israel, 40 years. Maturity, 40 years. Accountability, 40 years. It's a code word for the hour. When you wake up one day in a different body, you will notice very quickly what I'm saying. But those people who did not remember, who Allah knows, their hearts will just harden like a stone in these new physiological suits. They will forget themselves. They will forget Allah. He will forget them. The clock towers around the world are pointing that they know. They're deluded. They're on the losing side. They think that they will attain this when they wake up during the resurrection, the qiyamah. Well, be aware. Look at the Arabic. If you agree with that, then by the time you're 39 and your 40th birthday is tomorrow, somehow you switch in accountability. It's not clearly mentioned. Read the Arabic word for word. This is why it doesn't apply now. We just have symbols like a person becoming 40, a child becoming 30 months weaning. They try to make us believe we are in the hour so they can hasten and convince. That's all it is. Very good. Okay, well, that's your opinion. The veil is lifted. So let's look at what it says. They have denied the hour. Those who deny the hour, the blaze. This is part of your iman, right here. The day the hour rise. What is the word there? يقسم. يوم تقوم الساعة يقسم. The criminals. Essentially, what the hour is for, when it starts to when it finishes, is to ensnare the criminals in a punishment and to bring a promise for the believers to restore justice to the world. Notice how the hour is always talked about in present tense in the Quran, never in future tense. But the events within that period can be in the past, during the beginning, in the middle, throughout, or during the future near the end of its duration. It's elapsing. I'll get back to the 33 and 19 after. You can also insert clock if you want to for the hour. It's the same word. Yeah, it's a great question, Abdul Rahman, that basically Al-Qiyamah is associated with this time period. That's for every nation. A period within the hour. And you think about it, Al-Qiyamah is for every soul to be recompensed. Every soul. What you'll see is something crazy during that time. It said, indeed, وَعْدَ اللَّهِ حَقٌّ. Remember, I told you before, as-sa'a is the haqq. Now it says, وَعْدَ اللَّهِ حَقٌّ وَالسَّاعَةُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهَا. Notice how they say, is coming here. Let me highlight it. They put that in square brackets because it's not even mentioned in the Arabic that it's coming. They are trying to make you think this is distant and that the Quran applies now. What's actually going on is the Quran applies during this time. And as the hour makes its descent, getting qareeban, qareeban, it's not coming. It's you're in it. The Quran is talking about as if you're in it. That's how it's talking about it. Present tense. Things can happen in the relative future during that time, but the entire period the Quran discusses is in that time, present. Notice how it's connected to resurrection. Again, square brackets, because they're telling you they have an idea, but they have sold their hereafter. Why do you think they call the akhirah the hereafter or the afterlife? Because they're telling you after the resurrection, after life, hereafter, you're in Jannah, Jahannam, Day of Judgment, done. No, that's a lie. There is a worthiness test right before. Okay? They deny a meeting with Allah until came to them, not comes upon them, came to them. This is when it's finished. Allah is outside of time. He references this time period in relation to the Ula and the Akhirah. The 6 days of creation and the last day, the eternal. When is the anchoring? They ask them this because these people do not even know what this Sa'ah is. And they will be in despair the day it rises. That's why you have a qa'im in eschatology in Islam. تقوم الساعة ومرساها الساعة. Rising and anchoring. They will become separated. It approaches with changes to the moon. They will not remain there after an hour, nor will they proceed. Literally, that's what it is to Allah, just an hour. For us, it's much longer. The ones who are in awe, in reverence of their Lord by the unseen, and of them from the hour mushfiqun. That means they're sympathetic to this. Salam, brother Daffy Logs. And the hour is coming. This word, atid, needs more investigation. It's not simply coming. You're in the time period according to the Quran when it's affected in reality. But the thing that is making its way is being brought closer and closer. That's why Allah puts it in present tense. And Allah yab'athu man fil qubur. This is not will resurrect. This is reviving, sending forth. Present tense. Why would the Quran be talking present tense about sending forth, resurrecting, revival? Yeah. Like, you know, Dhal Qarnayn, he says, Atuni zubar al-harid. Bring me sheets of iron. It's being brought. Ja'a is something that comes, arrives, coming. Yeah, it very well could be experienced quickly, honestly. But clearly the perception of time will be totally different because the sun and the moon, the celestial objects, are all affected by this thing coming down, anchoring. The anchorage of Alaska, the Mursaha al-Aqsa, the axis. O mankind, conscious of your Lord, the earthquake of the hour is a great thing. This is not Jesus. Now you see why they put Jesus here. Imran Hussein and all his followers and all the Christians, they put Jesus here because he's not a sign or knowledge of the hour. Just read the verse that comes before that. You're absolutely right. Be patient. There, times are moving faster. I mean, it's like almost 4 hours of this live stream. I have to sleep at some point, but I just want to get this crucial part that the video is named after. Every nation, ajalun, kulli, likulli ummatin, ajalun. Notice that Allah means what He says and says what He means. Every nation that's ever existed has a term. Ja'a, when their time has come. When their term has come, they will not remain behind an hour, nor will they precede it. Yeah, because that's how long it takes, an hour. Are they waiting for it to come unexpectedly? وَلِلَّهِ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَيَوْمَ تَقُومَ السَّاعَةُ يَوْمَئِذٍ. The falsifiers will lose. I wonder why. The hour is being brought. I almost conceal it, present tense, so that every soul, what it strives for, is recompensed, is rewarded. Okay? Every soul. How can it be every soul if the people are dead? They're resurrected. So it's being brought. It's constantly being brought throughout the Qur'an. And it's described as a physical thing in space that's near, qareeb, close. No doubt in it. أكثر الناس لا يؤمنون. Now you see how that's connected to your faith, the unseen. Punishment or the hour? Which one do you want? Do you want to believe in this thing, no doubt in it, or do you want the punishment? This person thinks, he assumes that the hour قائمة. The people are not even aware during this time period that don't believe. They're not even aware they're in this time period because they think they've attained the afterlife. I can go on and on. Unexpectedly, what good will it be their remembrance? They don't expect it when it's literally above their heads, making its way. As if they had not remained but an hour of the day. An hour of, from an-nahar. So, that brings me to this. The solar eclipse is one of their biggest symbols. You remember I mentioned to you just now, Shams mentioned 33 times. Shams and Al-Qamar mentioned 19 of those times. Why Al-Shams and Al-Qamar? In Surah Al-Qiyamah, Allah says, and combined are the sun and the moon. وَجُمِعَ الشَّمْسِ وَالْقَمَرِ. What does that sound like to you? Well, in Hadith, they already tell them this is when the prayer starts. No more rituals. When you see this, The real sign, not just the indications that we see now every couple of years. The real Jum'ah in the Qiyamah. Surah Al-Qiyamah comes right before Surah Al-Insan. This is the Salat. This is the Salat starting. Because the Quran starts during the hour. Actually, this is the beauty of the Prophet Muhammad's mission. He gets the privilege and the honor for this praised period. Muhammad, Ahmad. And so in Hadith, they tell them, the Sunnis, the sun and the moon do not eclipse for the death or life of anyone. I wonder why death or life are put in there. You have to read between the lines of these things. The death and life, qiyamah, resurrection, it's not related to that. He tells them, apparently. They are two signs amongst the signs of Allah. So when you see them, offer salah. No. Be aware. Do you know what I just read it. Do you know what the resurrection embodies? Those who are in the graves, sent. Every soul will be rewarded according to its deeds. It's not just the last generation. Every soul, every nation a term. I think you should rewatch this part of the stream. They tell you that this is related to the Day of Judgment, Yawm al-Qiyamah. But because they conflate the Day of Judgment all the time with the Qiyamah. No, you missed the point of this entire stream. The judgment is not for everyone. It's for the criminals. Are you going to be judged as a believer? No, because you're not tried. You're not convicted, persecuted, prosecuted. The believers are witnesses to the crimes of the disbelievers during the hour. The hour is not for the last generation. I already said in the ayah. Every single... You don't get it. You don't get it. Please rewatch this again. And keep in mind that if you dispute about this sayah, that's extreme error. So don't dispute about it. Study it. The conjoinment of the sun and the moon. The solar eclipse. And it will be like that for the entire period, basically. Probably will happen right at the beginning. So then people wake up, they notice it's a night. Laylat al-Qadr. Laylat al-Qadr is not this part of the month of Ramadan every year. Because then in 2030, you'll have 2 Laylat al-Qadrs. Oops. 2 Ramadans. It happens every so often. Be patient. Thank you so much for this. Sa'a. Effort. Sa'a, hours. Yas'a. Striving. Laboring. Effort. Tas'a. Yeah, St. Cornetix. That's a great suggestion. Clearly he hasn't watched that. In Hadith, they already acknowledge that the Prophet Muhammad saw the Aurora Borealis. They say that he saw this during his ascension, the Isra, and it's described in Sahih al-Bukhari as a green carpet spread all over the horizon of the sky. I mentioned this. The day after, this actually happened for most of the world. not just in the Arctic Circle. The Northern Lights. Yes, it would be impossible in the desert of the Arabs in 2021. But I made a video connecting this thing to the Quran. It's called the twilight, ash-shafaq. The believers are called, in connection with the hour, as-sa'a, al-mushfiqeen, in connection to this copper and fire barrier, the smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Why am I showing you this? This is only visible during the night. The night is the one which Allah sent down the Quran. A blessed night. Nothing to do with the 24-hour, 12-hour period. It's literally the last part of the 6th day of creation Adam was very likely created in. 33:19. So let me just show you something here. Do I have it here? Okay, I'll just go in here. Then I'll have to end the stream eventually. Okay. This is the ayah. Notice this is Surah Al-Qiyamah. So a person asks, when is Yawm Al-Qiyamah? Ironic. They're asking this when it's already happened. They've just forgotten. People are really disappointing. Most people in the Quran, the vast majority of humans are very disappointing. فَإِذَا بَرِقَ الْبَصَرُ. Okay, bariqa. This word is related to lightning. Lightning is related to flash. It's right here. Sana barqihi. Okay. Let me find another example. And the word that's connected to this lightning is yodai, which is like illumination. Okay. Let me find it. Glowing. Adwa, flashes. The sun is made as a dayyan. Okay. The oil glows of this blessed tree, olive tree. The lightning flashes, glows, illuminates, just like the sun. They even tell you the surface of the sun and its temperature is related to lightning. Electrical phenomena. What are the odds that the sun has a corona? In case you guys haven't seen, let me just show you. Okay. Examples of plasma phenomena. Coronas of a solar eclipse, welding torches, lightning, aurora borealis. How are all those things part of the same thing? it's related to the sun. That's why the sun is called the corona. That's why the aurora borealis are coronal discharges. That's why the sun, during the sunset, can have a green flash in certain conditions. Okay? This is the sun. Green flash on the horizon. Optical phenomena. Like the green auroras. So clearly I see the Quran through its use of the word diya to connect lightning and the sun. Plasma phenomena, the sun is joined with the moon to make a corona, just like the aurora borealis, which is called copper. A shulav, ejection or flare of fire and copper, which glows green when it's ignited. These are all connected in the Quran simply and easily. And you're right, be patient. The thing that the Prophet Muhammad rode on that night journey in hadith was named after lightning. Clearly, the sun is related to this auroral phenomena. I guess, yeah, solar corona. You heard it from sola Qur'ana. Okay. 33 reduces to 6. You just sum up the digits, you get the simplified digit, which is 6. We've lived in this daylight world for 6 days. At least the creation has, maybe not humans as much. Allah alternates that into the night, al-layl. The layl, the Quran was sent it. The layl that the Prophet is making his Masjid al-Haram to al-Masjid al-Aqsa. The Isra of Bani Israel during the night. Layla, Asra. So what's the 19 then? The 19, 9 plus 1, 10. That's still 2 digits. 1 plus 0, 1. What are the odds that 6 days and 1 day, 1933. Do you see now how they encode this subconsciously? Shema Yaqub. Ibrahim is described as an ummah because you're descended from him if you're a believer. He named you Muslimin before. It is the deen of your father Ibrahim. Yeah, he remembered after an ummah. They don't translate that word correctly. And I'm pretty sure the word for remembering is different there. It's dhakar, not dhikr. So that's different. I don't have an answer to that. But clearly, people haven't done the homework in the scholarly consensus. Ijma'. The sun and the moon are combined. And what they have done is they have allocated this time period to the last day. The last day, the test is over. There's no more time. Islam is established. The judgment takes place. Do you understand? They believe they will go to paradise and bypass the test. That's not to say this life is not important. This is at your prep phase. You study before a test. You prepare for a test. And this is the most important test because it concerns your soul's abode for eternity. Yeah, we take the Quran literally. It's after an ummah. Which ummah? That's it. So, they've allocated 19 as the solar eclipse symbol. These are the two symbols of the hour. And the 19 represents the joining of the two digits that encompass all the digits that make up all the numbers and all the values and all the quantities that we have today. 1 and 9. So you will literally see this everywhere. Just marketed everywhere. Because it's probably the most auspicious type of symbol. I remember this show too. They had this as well. Doesn't it look like an eye with a pupil? Kind of looks like an eye, a one eye. I wonder what the one eye on the Illuminati is. Yeah, it's right there. It's on the poster. What about the Islamic flags? Oh, they have it too as well. Oh, this is not the moon, by the way. This is the sun crescent, and this is the new moon. Partial eclipse. The new moon is basically a void left behind by the moon's phase. So you could see stars through it. Let's look at some ayahs with these numbers in there. "1933. And peace is on me the day I was born, and the day I will die, and the day I am raised alive." This is said about Yahya and Isa. They can easily represent the crescent as whatever they want. But clearly, it's never defined. They just say it's about the moon crescent. But the moon can have a crescent, Venus can have a crescent, and the sun can have a crescent as well. So it could be all of the above. Peace be upon me the day I was born, the day I will die, the day I am raised alive. Aba'athu hayyan. Sunnis have such a problem with this verse because this suggests Isa is talking about his life during the hour. This is the same day, the 6th day, the last day of the temporary creation. Yawm al-Qiyamah, Yawm al-Jum'ah. The 6th day is Friday. It's not Friday prayers, week after week after week. Yes, Abdurrahman, they're able to predict them because they follow a pattern. It's set. The next 2 years will be very interesting, to say the least. Isa is talking about and the day, and the day, and the day. Isa was born in the 6th day. He died in the 6th day. And he will be raised alive in the 6th day. Because the hour takes place in it. And our history takes place in it. And Adam was created on the 6th day. Sorry, but there's no room there for eschatology in the hadith. That's 1933. Okay. What about 3319? Indisposed towards you, when fear comes, you see them looking at you, their eyes revolving like one being. overcome by death. But when fear departs, they lash you with sharp tongues, indisposed toward good. Those have not believed, so Allah has rendered their deeds worthless, and ever is that for Allah easy. Explain this, metaphorists. Allah never made a metaphor there. He said, these people, these beings, lash you and whip you with sharp tongues. No, Shaima Yaqub. There's a period where the souls that have existed are recompensed. That's the whole point of the resurrection. What you see in history, that's literally climaxed in the future. Yeah, that's very true, Corey. It takes 3 celestial bodies overlapping. Please ask yourself, why would Allah talk about revolving eyes fighting the believers that whip them with sharp tongues? The word is hidad, al-sinato. Hidad is related to hadid, iron. Who are these beings referenced? With tongues sharp like weapons. I have an idea. Ulul ba'sin shadidin is the same thing that Allah talks about. The Prophet and his people will be called to fight ulul ba'sin shadid, possessors of extreme violence. And this is the same thing that Allah describes al-hadid as in chapter 57. Within iron is many benefits, but also extreme violence. There are jinn creatures in the world that I already showed you in the yin-yang war, the Ragnarok war, if you want to call it, that the believers will have to face their greatest fears. And this is very literal. Don't think that Allah cannot make something like this happen. That's the thing, Alex. If this life is a test, like Shema Yaqub believes, those children never had any chance. And when do you become accountable in this life? 40 years of age? Is that it? No. Allah gives everybody a fair chance in one time. Everybody. One time. Whatever they did before, that will certainly have an effect on how they remember Allah just throughout the whole thing. Allah. Remember Him. Do you think that there will be children during that time? Imagine you are put into a functioning, competent, capable body. It's a new creation. This is why Allah doesn't talk about development as we understand. He talks about development of the new creation, the new bodies that are resurrected. There's no mention of any semen in the Quran or anything. It's talking about what comes from the al-arham. Those are not the wombs of your moms. Al-arham, the wombs. It's all prepared. It's all ready. The big event is all prepared. Jannah's prepared in the akhirah, in the unseen. You have to understand the mercy of Allah applies unilaterally. It applies to people listening to this knowledge right now, because that's from His mercy. The Quran is the origin of that knowledge. Allah is the author of the Quran. The Quran is a mercy. The injustice of this world is a sign in itself. Like, what is the point of Allah talking about all of these people you can't marry, your aunts, your uncles, your ancestors, whatever? Why? Isn't that obvious? Doesn't it strike you as like a bit too specific? If you come from the ground, reborn, in a improved, updated form, still you still remember. Do you have any parents technically? No. You're born from the earth like Adam. Adam was an orphan. He had no parents. So now humanity's orphans again. And there would be no children technically, because you would have, like, if you imagine as an adult, you have full competence range. That's the actual human template. Like the angels are bashar, humans are bashar. So, I mean, if you think about it, they already prime you to accept this as Jannah instead of the hour, because the world will be renewed. It'll be beautified. Beautified for the believers is the hayat ad-dunya. Shaitan exploits the beauty of the dunya. Just read what those verses refer to. It's very specific. The Prophet Muhammad is told to pray, salli, which doesn't mean pray, for his Lord, for your Lord, and sacrifice, slaughter. That's why, be patient, they tell you in hadith that everyone will be 33 years old in Jannah. They will be the same age. They'll look the same age. Doesn't matter if they're your ancestors, if they're your descendants, if they're your spouses. They want you to associate the conditions of the hour with Jannah. So you think that you can do whatever you want. You pass the test in an improved form. Salli li rabbika wanhar. Indeed, your enemy is the one abtar, cut off. This is very specific. And don't tell me this means prayer. Anhar is pretty specific. Here's another thing. This is a tafsir on this ayah of Surah Al-Qiyamah. Allah says that the sun, the moon, on the day of resurrection, that's this day, by the way. We just haven't entered the resurrection part of it, will be fused together so that they both will lose their lights. Yeah, Hinabani, that's a great point. Certain surahs will intercede, the Quran will intercede for you. You know why? Because the Quran is the remembrance. They'll be downloaded on the hearts of the believers. They will basically follow in the footsteps of the Prophet Muhammad. This is what the 19 and the 33 are all about. It's just a gatekeep using numerology around the hour. That's why they associate, the Quranists, the Quran, the Rashad Khalifa Semitic cult, they associated with the Quran so much. It doesn't make any sense, does it? It's like the 19, can be divided that many chapters, 114 into 19 times. But really, they're just telling you symbolically the Quran regards the hour fully. Doesn't mean it doesn't reach out to all the other periods in time and space, because Allah encompasses the whole thing with the Quran. There's historical periods, there's the akhirah. Our time is a strange one, though. No messenger, no prophet walking the earth at the moment. Unless the hour starts not too long from now. So that you will know there is no doubt in the Quran. You will know that there's no doubt in this unseen plan Allah created to encompass and ensnare all of the criminals. It's getting very late. I try to stick as hard as I can in this stream and get this information out, because I really, really do think it's important to discuss these things. It just completely blows all of the religious understandings out of the water, all the scientific understandings, everything is explained by this Quran, exactly the words that are in there in Arabic. It doesn't mean we understand the whole thing, because my goodness, that's quite a feat. I mean, you can only do your best. There's so many things on the list of what to analyze. It's a prolific book. But here's the message. Don't minimize the weight of the Quran with human approaches. Remember, this is from Allah's perspective. And we always try to humanize Allah all the time. Of course, it feels natural. We humanize everything. I just mentioned the stream, how the unseen is humanized, Kabbalized, materialized to make it easy for us. Unfortunately, that's a slippery slope, because Allah is beyond any similarity made by us humans. This is an extraordinary time to be alive. There is so much hinging. And then they'll ask that when it's all over, when they're gathered again, because they died during the hour. Just watch the videos again if you need to. Yeah, exactly. All the hours in the present tense, ayat, are manifested. Your heart will really be exposed exactly for what it is. We live in a storybook. I know it's hard to believe. Allah created the book. And the Quran we hold in our hands is a symbol of that. That's why He folds the heavens like a book, like an archive for the books. That's why everything that's fated is written. That's why Allah has a pen, al-qalam. It's a physical thing, like it does. That's why the angels are kiraman katibin, recording. That's why so many things revolve around literary devices. That's why the Quran is literal. Even a child can understand. That's why there's a mercy from all of this. And it doesn't matter really what circumstances you're given. Eventually people will have an level playing field. The trick is, though, You have to really be a believer during that time, because if you're not, you will just follow your forefathers. You will literally follow your forefathers upon a nation. We found our forefathers upon a nation. That's literal. The believers will win the test as al-mukhlasin. They make it to the khalas, finish line. And they enter the garden, the conquest. They enter their home, Dar as-Salam, with their ancestors, with their descendants, and their spouses. They enter the deen in droves because they're the only ones left. They're the winners, they're not the losers. The losers died. Allah says, none can die during that time unless He wills. There's two blowings of the sur, and it seems to actually delineate the beginning of this time to the beginning of the last day. The last day is Yawm ad-Din. I've mentioned it so many times. But nobody wants it that way. They want it so that they can have their importance to this dunya. I'm telling you, the dunya is part of the trap. That doesn't mean it's worthless. It has a purpose. What I'm doing right now is the dunya. The fact that you wear clothes is part of the dunya. The fact that you talk to people, have a society, have some kind of a semblance, symbolism of the hour, of the day of judgment, of everything, of the akhirah. The dunya, Allah says, is not as good as the akhirah. Make the most of the dunya that you can to value the akhirah. That's the goal. That's forever. That's literally forever. Like, don't squander this opportunity. The fact that you're listening to this is not an accident either. The fact that this is coming to light now is not an accident at all. Trust me, the agendas are molding around this information being public. If there wasn't truth to this, there would be opposition right away. There isn't any. There can't be any. You're arguing with the Qur'an. What other explanation are you going to come with the Qur'an? The ritual prayers, they're gone. You want to pray? Sure, fine, do that. That's part of the dunya, actually. The hijabs, not justified. If you want to do that, fine, do it. It's not about the deen, though. You see, they've got us making our deen into a game. The deen is very serious. It's not simply an idea. It's where we come from. It's where we will return. Where do you think people will be literally returned? Towards Allah, towards a day, towards the barzakh. You think that when you sleep, you're just in your body the whole time, your soul? No, Allah tells you He takes your soul, puts it in this barzakh. Then He returns it, so the person is resurrected every night. That's a symbol of the real event, the one-time event. Just like the solar eclipses, symbols of the time of the layl. Because trust me, the night becomes night like that during a total eclipse. That means the aurora will be visible all the time because you can only see that at night. The Isra of Bani Israel, that's us. All this political stuff, as heartbreaking, as tragic as it is, because it involves human lives, human suffering, innocent lives, is meant to capture you, to destroy, erode your iman in the unseen. Nothing you do in this life, trust me, nothing in this life deserves eternal punishment or eternal reward. Nothing. This is simply symbolic. Really, it is. You do the most of it, you value, you have, uh, there's a function to it. No doubt. It means something, but it's not the end of the world. That's why they say that. Everything we do in this life is not the end of the world. The end of the world begins during the hour. Those stories in the Quran, in history, you will see them. That's why they're there. They're not just little proverbs like the Bible. They're very real and very relevant to every soul, especially if you're a believer, because then you'll recognize why there's no other people mentioned in history in the Quran. There's no other history of worth to Allah. Everything else is fake. The cosmology of the Quran reflects the events that take place in the hour, as well as the rest of the earth and the rest of the day of everything. If you don't grasp the cosmology of the Quran, you're basically like, yeah, you need to get up to speed, get with the program. You'll notice that the people that lag behind, it's because of a need and attachment to something they want to be true. Trust me, it would be very easy for my life personally if this was not true. And we have this kind of fleeting existence. But the evidence points in the Quran to something way more remarkable, way more awe-inspiring, way more deserving, befitting of Allah's majesty. And why would we deny that? Because maybe we're accustomed to a certain way of perception of religion, which is fake. The takeaway home point is, don't get too lost in the devilish details around the Quran, because this Quran has nothing inspired from the devil whatsoever. The polar opposite. Every word of that Arabic Quran, that's from your Lord. The angels protect you when you read from that. When you speak with that, you discuss this with people. You can feel it. You can feel this fire, this passion from your soul regarding the awe of these ayahs. Don't ever lose faith. Don't ever deny what's coming that the Quran points to. And keep in mind that Jannah and Jahannam are already populated, technically, because Allah gives us information as if it's outside of time, which no human could come up with that concept. That's only from the Lord. So that means if you are truly confident, mu'min, thinking, reflecting, remembering, reasoning, conscious, then you probably will live the story of that person that ends up in Jannah. It's already there. It's just that we're within the time for it to happen. Don't make any assumptions about the Quran. And sit with the book thinking about this information. Because clearly um, there is a plan underway to divorce you from that. That's your ticket to the end. Essentially, hold to that book with dear life. It's not simply a book. It's a book to us. It's not simply a book. It's the recorded reality, the succession of events called ayahs that unfold exactly right on cue for all of mankind to witness. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I'm fighting sleep at the moment. So may that be a guidance to all the believers. Assalamu alaikum and peace.